We left, we took public comment, and so that brings us up to the bill, which is 24 LSO 0200. Committee, what's your pleasure on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved. Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman.
I'm not going to second it. I want to speak a little. Mr. Chairman, frankly, I think the bill is not quite ready for prime time. I think maybe the issues can be worked out. Mr. Chairman, I will volunteer that I'll recruit one of my members from the Senate Republican Committee, and we can work with somebody perhaps, but to try to get a revised bill that meets a number of the objections we've heard. But I don't think this bill is ready for prime time and fixable in the time that, under the time constraints we've got in this interim meeting.
Yes, staff. I was going to ask staff, is this our last meeting? I thought it was. Okay. Yep.
You want to back for lack of motion, or do you want to speak?
Well, right now it's dying from a lack of a second, so.
That's okay. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Scott, or Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the bill is basically two pieces. The first piece, I have.
Is your mic on?
It is actually, it's not picking up. The first piece, I certainly have a lot of concern with and wouldn't support. The second piece, which is simply the non-codified law, which would provide Department of Education with the opportunity to do an analysis and look at the correlation between the tools that we're using and the performance, honestly seems very useful. So it's a possibility. I would be happy to move the bill if the first half were eliminated, but I'm not excited about having the exemption in place. So I'd be interested in knowing what the rest of the committee felt about that. Either's probably fine. I'll just make one more note. That same request could probably be made through budget amendment, because I think there was a specific amount of money that was needed, and that might be the easier approach for it, is just to suggest that since it is dollars for a study, that it go through the budget process.
If there's some value in some of the first part of the bill, particularly where you've got districts that are being fairly successful, and our system doesn't quite accommodate them. I think there's some ways we can get around that and simplify the world for people. But so I think that part is worthwhile as a potential bill, but I don't think we can work out the kinks in it in this forum. We could if we had another meeting, but we don't. So that's why I said I'd volunteer to get somebody to work it up as a private bill.
We certainly work it as a budget amendment and slip it in the budget, and then
You can
portion
put
that
that
we-
one piece in the budget, but you
Yep.
can't what needs to be fixed otherwise. Because I think the Sheridan School District does have a point. At the same time, we don't want them ignoring the kids that are having troubles. And so that's going to take some working out.
right now it does not have a second on the motion. And I think even the motion was withdrawn. That's right. So we have no motion on the floor. Okay, we'll leave it there. It dies for lack of motion. That brings us up to where we were at 10 or 11:15, which is K3 reading assessment and intervention reports required by the 2022 Wyoming session laws. Shelley Hamill will walk us through those. Go ahead, Shelley.
All right. Mr. Chairman and committee members, again, Shelley Hamill, the Wyoming Department of Education. Thank you again for having me back this afternoon. I have provided just a brief report overview to kind of do a chronological walk through the last 2 years. So As you're likely aware, Wyoming Statute 213401, Section 4C required the WDE to provide updates at each joint education committee meeting during 2022 and 2023 on the implementation of the 2022 Wyoming Session Laws, Chapter 56. So updates were provided throughout those 2 years as required. In May of 2022, we talked about the rules promulgation process and the reporting requirements. Specifically, this memo provided information about the WDE's call for interested stakeholders and the corresponding responses to participate as a member of the stakeholder committee that did that initial work. At the time, so May of 22, the WDE was reviewing more than 60 stakeholder applications to ensure the selection of a committee that represented all district sizes, areas of the state, various district roles, and areas of expertise. In May, I also reported that the WDE was working to fold the annual district numeric and narrative reporting requirements from Wyoming Statute 213401 into one data submission through the WDE's data suite. In September of 2022, there was also a report provided about the rules promulgation process and again, reporting requirements. So this update was provided about the committee member selection, noting that the participation was a core of 14 committee members. It was also shared that the committee at that point had met twice during the summer, once in June and once in August for a total of 4 days. The meeting in June focused on generating the criteria for approved screener instruments that we've talked about a little bit today, and the identification of the predictive skills to be screened at each grade level. The meeting ended with a draft of both components. It was also reported during that September meeting that at the August stakeholder committee meeting that they determined that they would break the work around the professional development requirements into 2 pieces. The first piece being content and the second quantity. The recommended criteria for the content was completed during that 2-day August meeting. Then we fast forward to May of 2023, where again, an update was provided about the rules promulgation process and an update on those reporting requirements. So this included sharing that the stakeholder committee had continued its work on professional development, meeting twice virtually in October to specify the hourly requirements for the various educator roles, kindergarten through 3rd grade as required by the statute. The May update was fairly comprehensive in recognition of a statutory requirement to provide a final report by July 1st. You'll recall the extensive review that included many support documents, of which I have placed a second set on at each of your seats at lunch. We detailed the criteria that was to be used to approve the screening instruments. We also talked about the specific skill sets that needed to be screened for at each of the screening periods, fall, winter, and spring, in each of the grades, kindergarten through 3rd. And then the description and charts that broke down the recommended professional development requirements, both in content and in hourly requirements. We also spoke at that time in May about the work of the stakeholder committee, in which they spent a lot of time reviewing research, literature, with looking at practices that were being implemented and other requirements across other states in our country. The committee asked for and was provided testimony from a national expert, Dr. Stephanie Stoller. She provided a presentation to that stakeholder committee about screeners and the various skills that are predictive of typical literacy development. During this May meeting, I also shared about the numerous presentations that the WD had provided to different education organizations within our state. The intent of providing those presentations about the proposed rules and the criteria, both for screeners and professional development, was to solicit input. We also we folded that input into our rules before providing that draft to the AG's office. They also provided some feedback that was incorporated before the rules went out to public comment. And in light of this morning's testimony, I just wanted to draw your attention to that page that was on the top of the stack. And it says screening process guidance. And I just want to point out at the bottom of that page, there's the list of the screening criteria. Those criteria that are based on national standards are that it is brief. It takes approximately 10 minutes or less to administer. It's targeted, so it assesses specific predetermined criteria. It's standardized, meaning that the assessment is given in the same manner to all students and does not adapt to adjust to difficulty level. It's predictive, meaning that the instrument has been found to assess foundational skills, which have been determined to be predictors of more complex reading abilities, including the likelihood of reading at grade level with reading expectations in word reading skills, not comprehension. So that would be decoding. It's reliable in that there's a strong likelihood of the assessment yielding the same result when it's repeated. It's valid, so it's measuring what it is intended to measure. It correlates well with other validity measures and predicts with a high level of accuracy student performance. And so those are the criteria. I also wanted to share, I think, with some of the discussion this morning, just a point of clarification about what a universal screener is. So thanks for letting me deviate just a little bit. In the guidance document that was provided to you in May, I did not print new copies, but there's a definition section or a discussion of terms section, and in there, there's a definition for universal screening instrument. And it says this, it's a screening instrument that's administered to all students, usually at 3 benchmark periods, so the beginning, middle, and end of the school year. And it's designed to quickly identify students whose performance on the measure warrants further diagnostic investigation. So it's not diagnosing and it's not identifying specifically what difficulty a student may have. It's just saying, there's a concern here. The educational team needs to take a deeper dive. Those screening instruments are technically adequate, meaning they're valid and reliable, and are designed to predict which students are likely to fail to reach grade level expectations, given their current progress. As a predictive measure of general reading abilities, they do not directly result in a diagnosis of student needs. So just wanted to point that out because there is I think sometimes some confusion about what a screener is versus what an assessment or a diagnostic tool is, even a progress monitoring tool. So we met again in August, so just a couple of months ago, and reviewed those same 2 things. The highlight that was provided in August, at the August meeting, was the report that the Chapter 56 rules had been made available for public comment, as well as a recap of the 2 public comment listening sessions that occurred in July. Today, I can update you that the rules promulgation process has ended and that those rules have been signed into effect. So those are available should you want those. Also, during the August meeting, you were informed about the WDE Strategic Plan Literacy Cabinet, of which we've spoken quite a bit about this morning. On September 1st, we provided a memo to LSO to meet a statutory requirement that we'll talk about in just a minute. But before I talk about that memo, I just want to dive into what the requirements, the reporting requirements were specifically in those 2022 session laws. So in sections 2 and 3, it required that no later than September 1st, the Joint Education Committee receive an update on the professional development requirements that were identified and created and the associated expenditures. So the reporting requirement in section 2 includes the recommended minimum professional development requirements for kindergarten through grade 3 educators, and the amount expended by each school district for the school year 22-23, so last school year, on professional development that was associated with administering their K-3 reading program. These expenditures include and are broken out by amounts expended from the Education Resource Block Grant Model, federal funds, or then any other funds expended by districts to provide the professional development that was needed. Then Section 3 of that requirement addresses the one-time 2022 legislative appropriation of $300,000 for school districts related to the professional development around literacy or reading that was above the amount provided within each district's Education Resource Block Grant Model allocation. So we did provide that memo, and that's the one that was in your packet. And if you'd like to turn to that now, you'll see that under the, what was reported, was that Wyoming districts report spending roughly $4 million on professional development related to reading. During the fiscal year of 2023, $300,000 of that was reported as spent from the general fund, while $3.7 million was from special revenue. The second part of that memo that was provided in your packet previously also is just a reattachment of the professional development documents that were provided to you in May and then printed larger and shared at your spot during the lunch break. So they're much easier to read. At this point, I'll stop and ask if you have any questions about that memo that was provided, dated September 1st.
Chairman, special revenue, what is that? That's not federal funds, is it? Is it, am I thinking it's separate? What is that money and where does it come from?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Scott, that is primarily federal funds. The bulk of it is federal funds. So we would see our districts identifying some of their Title II funding, potentially some Title I would be appropriate to use for Title I teachers for specific training. We would see IDEA funds that might have been used for that, so special education funds to train teachers. We would also see ESSER funds, and certainly districts that have the discretionary CLSD grant around literacy may have used a portion of those funds for that as well.
Mr. Chairman, just following up in the future, typically when we see budget documents, federal funds are broken out separately and special revenues or something else. So if you're going to include federal funds on one of this given to us, please identify that specifically that you're doing that, because it's different from the way our normal budget documents come to us.
Representative Clauston, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have any explanation on, I'm looking at those special funds. I mean, we have several school districts have zero. Sheridan number 2 has over $500,000 in special funds. And we've seen the results from Sheridan number 2. Do you have any explanation on how some school districts get so much in special funds and others maybe are missing out?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Clauston, this was self-reported in regard to expenditures related to professional development around literacy. So certainly other districts received their title allocations because those are formulaic, as well as the ESSER funds were the same way. So it would have been a matter of choice of how they chose to utilize those funds.
Else have questions?
That's it?
All right.
All right. We'll just wrap up that last piece of the reporting overview. So section 4 was the last section, and it requires the reporting of recommendations regarding the instruments that screen for signs of reading difficulties, monitor and measure for reading progress, and assess student reading skills and progress. And these have all been previously provided, and of course, that would have been on the top of your stack as well. So this section also of the statute requires that we review the data that was collected from districts. And I'm happy to report that 100% of our districts have completed the WDE 626 data submission. That data is under validation right now. And I think we'll probably know a little bit more about that when we're able to dive into that once the validation has been completed. And I'm happy to answer any additional questions or.
Questions for Shelley? All right, we're either very satisfied from lunch or know it all, so
Thank you.
thank you. All right, that brings us up, we're up to our 1:30 time on our agenda. That brings us up to 24 LSO 0076, Parental Rights and Education. Well, I guess we could have, yes, we should have public comment on it. Thank you. Would anybody like to comment on K-3 reading assessments and intervention reports? Anybody like to comment? I want to cut you short. Anybody? Okay, so now we're on 24 LSO 0076.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, as you stated, Mr. Chairman, 24 LSO 76, Parental Rights and Education -1. Recall this was presented initially at your August meeting, and it was eliminated, or it was amended to eliminate the first portion of the bill. Additional amendments were made at the direction of the chairs, and rather than walk through the bill line by line, page by page, I'll go ahead and point out those changes that were made from the previous version. Beginning on page 2, lines 3 and 4, throughout the bill, Chairman Scott requested that the order of physical, mental, and emotional health be changed, and so that was modified throughout the bill. And I will not draw your attention to every reference, but just know that it didn't change substantively the list, it just changed the order in which they were presented. Page 2, line 10, immediately was replaced with as soon as practicable. Page 3, lines 2 through 13. This is new language definitively identifying a timeline for districts to provide access to records, and also authorizing the imposition of reasonable costs. Page 3, lines 20 and 21, additional language was added to clarify that districts are prohibited from adopting policies that would bar notifications of parents required under the previous sections. Those last 2 lines were absent in the previous draft. Page 4, line 17, additional language was added to clarify what was being monitored. Previously, the sentence just ended with monitoring there. And so now there's a reference to the subject of the bill. Page 20, we changed the order of the words just simply to read more clearly, but the substance wasn't changed. Page 5, line 1, consent, previously read permission. Permission is utilized in our statutes more frequently. We also added definitions for well-being questionnaire and health screening. Those can be found on page 4, page 5, lines 4 through 12. D, contained on the bottom of page 5 and on to page 6 and 7, outlines the remedies available to parents and guardians in the event that a district fails to comply with the provisions of this act. And you'll recall there was sort of some less than clear language about who was making those decisions, who received the complaint, when the decisions were going to be made. And so at the direction of the chairman, this has been modified, and you'll know on page 6, lines 2 through 4, It was revised to require the complaints be filed with the district superintendent or his designee that was previously the principal. Paragraph 3 on lines 6 through 10 on the same page was modified to require that the district superintendent acknowledge within 7 business days of receipt of the complaint that they've received it. Paragraph 4 was modified and now requires the district superintendent to issue a decision regarding the complaint not more than 30 days after receipt. Page 6, line 18 through page 7, line 3 was revised to allow parents to request a hearing with the Board of Trustees of the local school district as opposed to the state board, as was included in the previous draft. And they also are required to make a decision within 30 days. Page 7, lines 5 through 10, this is paragraph 6. It's modified to authorize parents to seek redress from a final decision of a board in accordance with the Wyoming Administrative Procedures Act, and that is Wyoming Statute 16.3, 114. And that must be made within 30 days. And I would ask, just as a technical drafting, on page 7, line 9, the word calendar was inadvertently omitted. If you notice other references to 30 calendar days, I caught that in reading it late yesterday. No changes were made to the paragraphs on the bottom of page 7, and subsections E and F also remain unchanged from the previous draft. Section 2 modifies 21.3.110. These are the Board of Trustees duties. It was simply modified on lines 20 and 21 to reference the hearing that they will have under their purview, and the modification to the state board statutes has been eliminated from this draft. Section 3, which is on page 9, lines 1 through 3, was revised to reflect the elimination of the State Board of Education from the hearing process. And section 4, which contains the effective dates, remains unchanged. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, if you have questions about the changes, those are probably best posed to the chairman as they directed those. But if you have technical issues with the drafting, please let me know.
Do you have a copy of that memo that was written by, I believe, yourself?
Mr. Chairman, are you referencing the memo that was requested by Chairman Scott on the federal and state?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, I do have a copy here. It was not posted with the meeting materials that was provided to the members of the committee, along with 2 amendments that were prepared by LSO at the request of the chairman. I don't intend to go through the legal memo, but the legal memo outlines both the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, as well as the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment and Wyoming statutes that govern access to student records or surveys that are given to groups of students. That's largely what the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment governs.
Very good. So committee, there's lots of amendments. Is there questions on the original bill? Senator Bowe-Beitman.
Thank you, Chairman. Just another technical correction on page 7. It looks like we have 2 paragraph Romanet 6s, line 5 and line 12. Just pointing that out for you when you
Certainly is.
when you fix the calendar days on page 7. Fix those 2, please. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? All right, so I have an amendment and I'll dive into it if it's the pleasure of the committee. You pull it up, I don't know if you have a copy of it or not. I think you have the,
Mr. Chairman, everybody should have gotten a copy of it. It should be somewhere amongst the papers they have received today.
Mr. Chairman, point of
we'll do
order.
it after all of it. Oh, well, maybe we should do, yeah.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I was just wondering if we needed to hear from the superintendent and take public comment
Yep, that
before,
was
since
the
we haven't
question.
moved the bill.
That was the question down here. so-
Okay, thank you.
So yes, let's jump into public comment. Anybody like to comment on the bills? Please, Superintendent Degenfelder.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee, for again this opportunity to provide public comment. Want to first thank the committee for addressing this issue and working to tackle it. Parental rights is something that I'm very passionate about and believe that it's very important when it comes to their parents and their minor children. I think that the bill does three important things. Number one, provides notification. Number two, access. And number three, a due process. And I would offer just a couple of considerations for language that might help to strengthen the bill. The first, as was mentioned on page 2, the language as soon as practicable. I believe a specified time period or defining what is meant by that would strengthen the language of the bill, as well as on page 4, related to not allowing for adoption of any rule, policies, or procedures that encourage the effect of. I might offer up to strengthen that language would be to simply prohibit the encouragement of, et cetera, et cetera. With that, I will keep it very brief and stand for any questions.
We can follow.
Oh,
I see the one on page 2. The next one was on
page 4, Mr. Chairman, Senator.
page 4.
And you wanted to amend that to be,
Just to prohibit the encouragement or have the effect of prohibit the encouragement or have the effect of encouraging a student to withhold, et cetera, et cetera. And Mr. Chairman, I offer that because, simply not allowing for the adoption of a rule preventing that isn't quite as strong as otherwise prohibiting.
got it. Thank you. Any other comments?
That's all.
Anybody have any questions or comments for the superintendent? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Tate Mullen. I'm the Government Relations Director for the Wyoming Education Association. I'll be brief, just something for your consideration. Page 4, lines, it looks like 10 through 13. This is the opt-out provision. Something for your consideration. Our schools are the frontline defense for catching cases of abuse and neglect, and these are mostly done through those health screenings. If we provide an option for an opt-out in there, we do run the risk of missing a lot of these cases of abuse and neglect for first detection. We have seen this evidenced in testimony from DFS about their caseload from 2019 to 2020 when we weren't providing these screenings, and their caseload plummeted because of the lack of those screenings. So just something for your consideration. I stand for any questions.
Interesting fact. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman. Now, the school district personnel, and particularly the teachers, are mandatory reporters, right? Of when they see potential abuse and neglect. I've always thought that, yes, the teacher is probably the one that will pick up that because they see the kids regularly and every day. Are you saying that a lot of these formal screenings are also producing a lot of evidence of that? How does it actually work at the school district level?
Go ahead, Mr. Mullen.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Scott, again, yes, these health screenings are, again, that first line. you're right, you do see educators who notice that because they spend the majority of the time with them in the classroom, and especially over a prolonged period, right? A lot of those cases of abuse and neglect aren't very evident upfront. It takes some time to determine, but some of those in those health screenings, whether they be severe or whether it be very noticeable right up front, that is that first line of defense. As how that works within our school districts, I would invite, if she's all right, the Wyoming Counselors Association to come up. We've been working with them and the Wyoming School Counselors Association regarding this.
State your name.
Mr. Chairman, my name's Lindsay Simino with the Wyoming Counseling Association. Forgive me for being impromptuly brought up here. As far as how this works on a district level, it is by district basis. Every district has their own policies and procedures when it comes to their school counselors. That also will change based on a middle school to, say, a K through 6 level, as far as those policies and procedures work. For most of those screenings, sometimes it depends on the certified staff, depending on district. For some districts, it's their school nurse. Others, it's a school social worker. Others, it's a school counselor. And so it really varies across the state.
Anybody else have questions? Please.
Members of the committee, my name is Ryan Thomas, Superintendent of Uinta County School District Number 1, Evanston, Wyoming. I appreciate this opportunity to testify. I appreciate even more the committee's goal to protect the rights of our parents. I believe as a superintendent, that's really my number one job, is to protect the rights of our students, our parents, and our staff. My testimony today is really that policy exists, state and federal law exists that already protect the rights of our parents. My concern is the duplicity of this legislation and the potential of creating a due process that would become clouded. And let me give you an example. We already talked about FERPA. We've already talked about parental rights in state statute. Just a few board policies from Uinta County School District Number 1. Non-discrimination harassment complaint procedures. Our policy, our district already has policies in place that allow safeguards and due process for parents. Very specific, and we follow them to the letter. Community involvement in decision-making. 9 elected representatives of our community, that's who is in the decision-making process. School community relations goals. We set goals to build those relationships with our community members, specifically our parents and our community members. Public rights to know is another policy. Public access to records, which we've talked about. I guarantee it that when we get a request for records, we do it immediately because we believe that's the right of a parent and the student to have access to those public records. And we deny access by those who do not have the rights. So those safeguards are already in place and already followed. Public participation at board meetings. We encourage our public to come and express concerns. Once a month, we don't get a lot of public comments. Hope that's a reflection that we're doing positive things in our school district. Public complaints about the curriculum or instruction materials, which also includes library and media materials, are already in place and the procedures to follow if you have questions and concerns about our curriculum. Public complaints about school personnel. There's already policy in place that gives a parent an avenue to express concerns about staff members, support staff, classified staff, and administration. All of those lead to a final meeting with our school board. They can. Our goal is to solve problems at the lowest level. We encourage a chain of command, line and staff. It's sometimes hard when sometimes the complaint comes directly to the board of directors, but we try to encourage that line and staff and solve those problems at the lowest possible. If they can't be solved, they go up the chain. And as the superintendent, I'm part of that. Again, I guarantee that my response is much quicker than 30 days. So those are some of the concerns too. Public complaints about school personnel. Again, this is the regulation that shows step by step how those are done. Parental involvement in Title I. Very specific federal legislation on how parents can express concerns about Title I dollars. Relationship with parent organizations, which includes booster clubs, PTAs, PTOs, and how we interact with those organizations. This is a big one. I can tell you that Representative Berger probably knows this well. This is special education, parental safeguards, and parental rights. Very specific way that those are handled and dealt with by law. Again, parental rights are extremely important. And what I worry is that sometimes the national media has put us in a position where public education is avoiding communicating with parents. I guess my position is the opposite. We do everything we can to encourage communication with our parents. We listen. We make policy. I know there are some concerns out there, but those safeguards are already in place. I guess I'm open for questions.
I'd just like to go through real quick. And so anyway, when you guys make decisions at the district level and you're going to change the rules or procedures, is that a one and done meeting, or do you have a 30-day comment period, or you take it out farther than that? Explain to me, please.
Okay. Our policy making procedures are outlined by policy. Typically, we require 2 readings, which means there's really 2 opportunities for public comment on those policy changes. The way Uinta County School District does it is we have a meeting where we present the rule or present the policy. The first reading is the next action, so the next month. So really, it's 3 months in a row where those policies are presented to the public and opportunities. The rulemaking process that's identified in this bill typically is not followed by local education agencies. So the WAPA is not what we use. We have our own policies in place, and it's the policy making. That's why there is some confusion in this law when it talks about rulemaking, policy making, and procedure making. That's potentially confusing for a local school board who truly wants to follow their own policies. One thing we have learned is the responsibility of a public hearing. So now in our policy making, we have a public hearing associated with usually the second reading of any policy change or policy development. It's been very positive. It's, I think, one of the requirements that we listen to the community.
Agreed. Thank you. So you have a website that you're listing everything on also?
Yes, our policy manual is open to the public on our website.
And that website also lists the tests that the students are going to be required to have as far as their knowledge and their physical well-being?
Yeah, anytime there's a survey, we call surveys, we open those up to our public on our website. They have access to the survey. They can refuse to participate. It is a passive recognition. If we didn't do it that way, we probably wouldn't be able to take any surveys. And there are some parents that read through those surveys and choose not to participate, choose to have the students not participate, but they are available on our website.
Very good. Representative Berger, would you like to ask?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Superintendent Thomas, nice to see you. Thank you. This is a question for you, but also maybe the Superintendent of Public Instruction, Degenfelder, could also chime in on. I know what you're doing, but do you know any school districts in Wyoming that are not making these policies or have policies for parental rights? And that you have you seen or can be specific that their policies are just not there?
Chairman Northrup, Representative Berger, I don't have knowledge of any local, and I'll say local is in terms of Wyoming school districts that don't have policies in place that protect parental rights. I have heard on national media some horror stories, and I can tell you that's heightened our discussion about how we talk to our parents. And our position at Uinta County School District #1 is parents have right to all information. And F in this policy is really the only time that might even be a catch. It's not that we wouldn't provide that information, we'd find a different way to provide it. We'd still provide it, but we'd meet with the parent, we'd meet with the student, we'd meet with a local representative that deals with student rights, and we'd have that conversation open and in public, not in public, but open, and not pull any punches, I think, is be the way we do it. We haven't run into that. We've been fortunate, but sooner or later, I'm pretty sure we will.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have some questions. So FERPA and most of the federal guidance that you have and other guidance that you have is probably pretty specific in terms of custodial parent, whether you have an emancipated minor, and how you handle that. This statutory construct that we have in bill draft doesn't seem to provide any guidance for what you would do in those circumstances. So I'm curious what you would do if we passed this legislation and, for example, an 18-year-old said, no, I don't really want you to share my current mental health status with my parents. The way I read this, you would be obligated to do it regardless of that 18-year-old's interest. Is that your reading of it as well?
Chairman Northrup, Senator Rothis, I think you're correct. That's one of our biggest challenges now with FERPA. And the position that we've always taken is right in the statute. If parents claim that student on their taxes, we provide that information to the parent. And right now, that's been the case almost always, is they are considered on their tax form to be a dependent, and therefore we share that information. An emancipated student, we would have to work through that with our attorney because they do have rights and we can't violate the law.
Mr. Chairman, a quick follow-up on that. For the tax side of thing, if the individual is counted, that it's not as if there's any easy recourse process, and maybe this is the reason why you're struggling with that. An 18-year-old can be, we'll say, hostily claimed on their parents' their taxes, or just not generate enough revenue as an individual to be claimed, but they still, under federal statute and state statute, theoretically have sufficient autonomy to be able to deny access to their records. So it sounds like you're already struggling with that with FERPA, but that this provides a clear thou shalt. Is that accurate?
Yes. Chairman Northrup, Senator Rothis. We have chosen to err on the side of parent information. And so we have not been challenged with the idea of being claimed on the tax form yet. Sooner or later we might be, but we're going to err on the side of communicating with parents.
Mr. Chairman, that gets me to the other point that I wanted to ask. We talk a lot about parents' rights, but in your opening statement, you mentioned that you want to respect the rights of students, parents, and teachers, the community. So you started with the word students. Can you talk a little bit about the balance where there might be student interests and might be student discussions? Because this legislation is effectively eliminating any student opinion or interest, certainly up to 18 and realistically beyond 18, regardless of their age. The student has no rights under this act, and only the parents have rights, whether they're custodial parents or not. Can you talk a little bit about how you would look at that currently, or how you do look at that currently? Does a student have any rights in the eyes of the school district at this point in time to have any privacy, or is it really truly total control from the parent, even if the parents or student don't see that as the most favorable outcome?
Chairman Northrup, Senator Rothis, I do see language in here that gives, I think, the focus that I'm talking about, and that is it's a partnership. So it's a partnership with us, the student, and the parents. Our best work would be done with all three groups at the table. So when we have a disciplinary situation that's serious, we always communicate with the parents, with the student there, and we always develop a plan with the student there and the parent, because again, we're partners with those parents. We have that student for 13 years, they have them for the rest of their lives, so we're doing our best to help them. I think there's no way that I could say Our policies, local policies require us to follow the law. We have to support student rights too. I haven't seen a situation where communicating with the parents violates that student rights yet. That's why I'm saying we're going to err on the side of the parent, supporting the student and the parent, and hopefully that will be the bridge that we need to be successful in whatever endeavor we are. I know this bill has specifically come about because of the social, emotional, physical additions that have been made to instructional programs, and I can tell you in our district, we've added a ton of programs to support students and to support parents and to support staff. Actually, we've added them all, but it's still part of the instructional program, still covered under all the safeguards that you find in all policies and state statute and federal statute. FERPA is a tough one because we have individuals that don't want their kids recognized on a wrestling program with their weight listed. We have to be really careful to protect the rights of that student who doesn't want that, and that's what FERPA is all about. What I like about FERPA, it is very clear up front how a parent accesses a complaint procedure. And those processes, the feds are very good about following those processes when there's a claim of a FERPA violation. So hopefully that answers your question, Senator.
So overall, would you see this legislation as drafted as improving the social, emotional wellness of students in your district, hindering it, or just confusing it? How do you see this legislation as drafted influencing that?
Chairman Northrup, Senator Rothis, that was one of my comments. I do think it stacks up some compliance issues. It stacks up due process. It makes us more challenging for us as a district to follow those. Which one do we follow? And I think it makes it more confusing for parents. So if parents are confused how they access a complaint and how they get redress, I just don't think they will. So I do think it does make the process more confusing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Superintendent, there was some testimony before you came up about the questionnaire and the opt-in or opt-out portion of this bill, and I'm wondering if you could speak to that specifically in terms of if you see what inherent problems we might be running into if we then do opt-in language.
Chairman Northrup, Representative Provenza, you hit on a challenge for us. As like I said, we have to get passive acceptance or you wouldn't ever get the PA&A done in our state. We do everything we can to communicate with parents. Our K-5 students get something stuffed in their backpack and sent home. I'm pretty sure those parents read it. Our 612, I'm not so sure the parents may find out those are coming. They're on our website. I won't say that we have 100%, 50% of our parents looking at our website, but those are available. Anytime there's a concern expressed on those surveys, we're very open with our parents. And frankly, I read through them every year and I'm concerned about some of the questions, and if my kids were still in the system, I may opt out. So that is a valid way if the parents are concerned about those kind of surveys. They can certainly opt out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much. I want to say, first of all, it sounds like you're doing some great things in your district, and I applaud you for the progress you've made and again, working with parents. But I want to really focus on this sort of phrase, parental rights, because it can mean different things to different people. And there's one of the things about this bill is it adds what I call more proactive measures for parents to be involved earlier. And so I go back to the definition because the Supreme Court has long defined the definition of parental rights since 1923, really to be the parent's right to direct the upbringing of their children, additional cases specifically on education, same phraseology, the right to direct. That's a little bit different than the right to respond to something that's happened that they don't like. And so I'd like to address that a little bit because I think that's some of what we're trying to accomplish in this bill, because there are parents that feel that they want to have what I would call a more proactive, affirmative role in directing the education of their children, and that by giving notice and opt out and other things, they have the ability to do that. So I'm not suggesting that what you're doing isn't a form of parental rights, but when we talk about what the Supreme Court has said is a constitutional right under the 14th Amendment for parents, they use this phraseology, and to me, that's very important, the right to direct. It's more affirmative, it's more involved on the front end, not on the back end to be able to redress a grievance only. So you could respond to that.
Mr. Thomas.
Chairman Northrup, Representative Lawley. I agree. And if you look at education as a system itself, I can't even think of another system like education that is directed more by parents. We have 9 board members. They're elected representatives of the community. Typically, they don't have any experience in education. They're the ones approving the curriculum. They're the ones listening to the teachers that provide that curriculum forward. They have a great deal of power and input in terms of what is taught, how it is taught. And parents, I wish in terms of this bill, it said parents need to meet with the school twice a year in parent-teacher conferences. That's an obligation. If you're concerned what's going on, come. We'd love to have you. We usually average 1 community member at our board meetings, and that's our local representative of the newspaper. What's been nice is we are live now, and those are recorded, so maybe more parents are involved. But we would love to have more parent involvement at that level. We never approve anything that hasn't been presented in public at least twice by those that have put it together. Collaborative process typically by our teachers who have put our curriculum together following state standards like most school districts, but we would love more parent involvement. And again, I'm not trying to demean this, but sometimes parent involvement is more about playing time or my student didn't make a team and not about teaching reading and writing and what we need to do to assess that. And that's unfortunate. And I had 4 kids go through the system and I never went to a board meeting and expressed concern about any of the curriculum. I think there's, and I can only speak for our community, we put a lot of pressure on those 9 elected representatives of every community member. That's the way schools are developed, public schools, and that's the way they run. If you don't like what's happening, run for the school board. We could use some additional people running for the school board. So I guess that's my response. I don't know if that helps at all.
Follow-up.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, with all due respect, that's indirect involvement by parents. It does not meet the constitutional standard of the parent's right to direct. And so I do understand the challenges that you face sometimes where there's lack of parental involvement. But I think what we're trying to do here is provide a pathway for parents who want to be involved and want to be involved in a more direct way and in a more affirmative before way of knowing and having the ability to a little bit direct and individualize some decisions concerning their students. So I appreciate all that you're doing, but there are some things that this bill does that did not really fall into some of what you described. And if there's ways we could deal with the idea of stacking or somehow making it more understandable, I would certainly welcome some thoughts or ideas of how we can do that. But the parent's right to direct is a constitutional right. And I think for me, in supporting this bill, it really has to do with trying to create processes where they can do that more than they currently can in Wyoming.
So Superintendent Thomas, I'd like to run through a scenario, and that is, let's assume that I'm a 5th grade boy and I come to the teacher and I say to the teacher, I'd like for you to address me as Sally, and continue that until some point in the future when I decide that of course, 5th grader's not going to say that. I'm going to say, my name's Sally now, please tell me, or please address me as Sally. At that point, what does your district do when a student does that? And I understand it's your district, it's not the state of Wyoming.
Chairman Northrup, members of the committee, right now we've made it very clear that we would communicate directly with the parent before that is done. Again, until they're 18 and they're emancipated, the parent has a right to those decisions dealing with the educational record. And name, gender is an educational record, and parents are involved.
That was the response I was hoping you were going to give. Anybody else have any questions or comments they'd like to direct to the superintendent? Thank you, sir, for letting us badger you. Please state your name.
My name is Patricia McCoy, and I have been a mother in the state of Wyoming since 2007. I thank you all for allowing me to speak here today. I did have a speech all written out and planned. I was prepared, but really, honestly, that doesn't even matter. You guys handed us 9 pages to tell me that as a parent of my 4 children, I have rights in their education. I can tell you our district has lots of beautiful policies that they will tell you work. They work efficiently. We follow them to the T, and we do exactly what we say we're going to do. However, my daughter was groomed for 2 years behind my back before I realized what was going on, and I am an involved parent. I do go to parent-teacher conferences. I will randomly show up to my children's school just to sit in on a class one day to see what is going on in their education, because I loan them to you 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. I expect them to learn how to read, write, do math, learn our history of our country and our world. And guess what? None of my 4 children tested at a proficient level for your districts. Not one. Not one of the 4. My youngest son is enrolled in South High School this year. Okay? I've been a parent there since 2014. The administration does not like me very much because I am very firm on my belief that I should have a say in what my children learn and who they associate with each day. I fill out their opt-out forms every single year, as I am told to do. And the very first thing that I put on that opt-out form states, no one, whether you are in administration, a teacher, or a counselor, are to have any communication with my student outside of the classroom without my prior notification and knowledge. Why? Because I want to know why you're pulling him from class time to speak with him. What do you need to discuss with him outside of his education time? Guess what? For 3/4 of my son's freshman year, he had a completely different counselor than I was told that he had. This counselor spoke to my son on 6 different occasions throughout the year before I showed up to surprise my son and pick him up early one day, and he had a counselor's pass in his hand. And guess what Mom asked him? What did you speak to Miss Simpson about today? Why did I ask him that? Because that is who I was told his counselor would be for his freshman year, same as my 3 other students for all 4 years they attended that school. He did not have Miss Simpson as a counselor, and now I have no idea what they spoke to or spoke about in any of those sessions. Where were my rights? Where was my son's protection before he went into those meetings? He didn't know who that person was. Guess what else? My son had something thrown in his hair in class. He was taken out of the classroom to the nurse's office. They put essential oils in his hair to remove it from his hair. The student told the school that it was an accident. He didn't mean to, even though he completely told everyone that he did. They pulled the student from the class, and someone else pulled my son from the class and spoke with him on this incident, and no one told me that this occurred in the school day. Not once during the entire day did someone send me a text message, a quick phone call to tell me that this had occurred. No one thought that I needed to know that my son reeked of essential oils and was embarrassed for half of his school day. Do you want to know who told me? My son did when he got home and I picked him up from school and I asked him how his day was, and he was reeking in our car. My son has allergies. He should not be given essential oils because he can have a huge reaction to it. This is why it is so important to have communication with parents. Our rights trump every educator. Sorry about it. I'm not sorry. There are kids. God gave them to us. We loan them to you to educate them. Why are they not being educated? Why do I have to take time out of my day to sit before you all? You're supposed to represent us and take care of us and make sure that our kids are getting educated, yet I have to sit here and tell you that I deserve to have rights as a parent? that my rights aren't being followed by our districts here in the state, because nobody wants to do anything except hand us 9 pages and say, well, that doesn't really sound appropriate. Oh, that wording is a little tough right there. I don't know if we should include that. Maybe you could change that a little bit, and spend months and months and months. I go to school board meetings and I speak at school board meetings. I was told by Tim Bolin, our chairman of the board, that I could not read a book to the board meeting, a room full of adults, because it was too inappropriate. Yet their librarian put it in my daughter's hand when she was 14 years old. So why was it appropriate to put it in her hand behind my back when her opt-out form states she should not have access to books like that? But I can't read it to a room full of adults. It's not appropriate. There is a huge loss of common sense in this conversation. Yes, students have rights. Absolutely, they do. But you give a kid an option between a shiny little car and a math assignment, they're gonna pick the shiny little car. They're gonna pick the flashy, shiny thing that grabs their attention the quickest. It's our job, just like Representative Lawley said, to direct their education and the path that they should go. And I don't see anyone directing them. I see everyone talking. I don't see anyone directing them. To watch children suffer because we can't take action and protect them, it's just beyond ridiculous to me. While I disagree with how COVID was handled, I could not be more grateful and blessed that you guys shut everything down, because I was finally able to save my daughter and take her away from that situation. We almost lost her twice when she tried to take her life. I don't see your counselors trying to intervene. I see your staff giving her binders and telling her it's okay to give a different name and be someone that you're not, behind our backs. When I tell her coaches, this goes against our beliefs and what we teach in our home, and they say, well, she was made for this. She was made for this role. It fits her so perfectly. We're only going to give her this material to work on for her speech and debate. Everyone else can choose what they want, but she has to be able to only do these things. Those things completely changed my daughter. She went from an AB student to failing. I almost lost her. And now I have to sit here and tell you that I should have rights as her mother. I should be told that she was going through this. No one thought that as her mother, I had a right to know that maybe she was thinking these things. Not once was it discussed with me until I brought it to them and fought back. That's ridiculous. To sit there and say, oh, it's because parents aren't involved. There are plenty of parents involved, and we get pushed down. We get called everything under the sun. I've given your principals documentation of teachers teaching socialism and communism in the classrooms and bragging about it on social media. And guess what they did? Told the teacher, just tone it down on social media. I fully support you. How do I know that? Because the same teacher bragged about it on his social media. So please, please, I beg you, do what's right for our kids. Do what's right for our parents of this state. Stop wasting time. Make sure our rights are protected. And go back to teaching them the basics: reading, writing, and arithmetic. When my kid can't tell me something that happened historically, when I ask him because I know something big in history is coming up, there's an issue. At 15 years old, he should know the history of our country. Why am I the one teaching it to him instead of your teachers? I apologize for getting heated. I'm finished.
Anybody have any questions, comments for Ms. White? Thank you very much for your passion.
Thank you.
Please state your name.
Good afternoon. I'm Kathy Russell. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Republican Party. Thank you for this opportunity, committee. I really appreciated speaking on behalf of the party. Parental rights is a high priority for the party as a whole. And as I'm sure you've heard numerous times, what we work hard to do is to bring the feelings and the opinions and the policy desires from the grassroots right on up. And so when we bring priorities to you, these are things that have been voted on from the county level right on up. And I can assure you that the parental rights issue is a high priority, not because people have been educated by the national media, but because of their personal experiences. And so this particular bill addressing one section of this title is very much desired by the parents. Representative Lawley stated very clearly and very well that this is about parents having the right, as has been confirmed or affirmed by the Supreme Court, that parents have the right to direct education of their children. This law is important despite the assurances that our policies are perfect in our state. We need the law because the law is what the policy should flow from. We need this protection. I would like to recommend, I'm going to take off my hat as the executive director and now speak as a guardian of a minor child. I would like to recommend or suggest that on page 1, parental notification, this is line 5, you add guardian. Elsewhere in the bill, it does refer to parent or guardian. And in this title, in the definitions, guardian is not defined as being co-equal with a parent. And so that place, if you added cannot prohibit parental or guardian notification on that page, and also on page 4, line well, I lost it. There is one more place where it appears, where it is not included. I thought it was on page 4, but now I'm not finding it. It's similar language. I would like to recommend that. Also, on page 3, line 15, it begins in Romanet 3, not adopt, and I would like to suggest that you add or implement, because there are rules in place or policies that could be in place that could not fall under that, because this speaks in terms of future. So implement would address those things that are already in place. This bill will help codify the right of parents to direct education. The assumption that I heard that was a little disturbing to me was that parents and children are often in an adversarial position. And the teachers and the parent, or the teachers and the child are not. The teachers are the champion. The superintendent is the champion. The school boards are the champion. I can tell you from personal experience that is not the case. And often, even though you may have the right and the child has the right to go and protest or complain or file a complaint, that doesn't always go well. In fact, it can work against the child or the parent in future dealings. So please give us this protection. It does not preclude or prohibit the rights of the child, and that is definitely something that needs to be worked on. But this specifically addresses parental rights to direct. Thank you, committee.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, as I've looked at this bill, it seems to me that in terms of improving the quality of the education the child gets, that's maximized when you have a real partnership between the school district and its people and the parents, and that this bill reinforces a number of the existing parental rights protections, and maybe goes a step further in some areas, but that this bill is useful because it does push the parental involvement and try to get that partnership between the school districts and the parents. Am I missing something here, or is that really one of the reasons we need this bill? Is that we're trying to enforce the parents' rights so they and the school district can form a team working together to educate the child?
Mr. Chairman,
Right.
Senator Scott, I would absolutely agree with you, and I can give you a personal experience. I was told that my child, who was very bright, was doing really well in math, and I was told we're going to develop an IEP for him because we think he can get pushed in this grade. He's at that sweet spot where we can really get him leaping ahead. I assumed, and I had talked to the teachers about this IEP, and I kept asking for specifics and kept getting put off. And finally, we got to the end of the year, and I said, whatever happened with that program? What program? I had been involved, and the ball got dropped on the other side. If we have something like this, I don't know that it would have been able to help, but I can tell you that when I look back at this, I can say, look, you've got an obligation, and I have an obligation. Let's work together. But that may not be a great example, but this would certainly help reinforce that we're a team. We're working for the same thing. And I do appreciate that question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Russell, in your full-time job as Wyoming Director of the GOP, when you're working with state law and you find federal law overlapping and writing on top of it, do you find that to be confusing?
Do I find it to be what?
Confusing.
Absolutely.
Okay. We have FERPA and the Wyoming Records Act within this bill, which of course are federal laws. We also have the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, which is 20 USC 1232H within this law. And for the districts, it's the same thing. Unless it's exactly phrased word for word from the federal law, that they end up in the same conditions. They're confused about, was it may or is it shall? Do I have to do this? Because in one it says may, and in the other it says shall. So that's my effort, is I'm going to try to clean out some of that, and just wanted your understanding of that.
Certainly. Mr. Chairman?
You guys have any questions? Any questions for Ms. Russell? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please state your name.
Hello, my name is Jan Loftus. I'm here representing Republican Women of Sheridan County Legislative Action Committee. And we have a committee of 21 who are from a variety of backgrounds and experiences, which I could tell you, but I won't take the time. My personal is a Master of Science in Education Administration, and I was Wyoming coordinator of parentalrights.org for 9 years, which included lobbying at times. I'm no longer in that role. Our action alerts go to interested Republican women throughout the state, to all counties. We are in support of this bill. LAC is in support of this bill and would request that you would vote yes. We would ask that a couple changes that you might consider as amendments. One is, since an opt-in is required for health screening questionnaires, which is good, opt-in, as we heard a previous testifier say, that things don't get from the backpack to the parents a lot of times. That's an excellent addition, or excellent part of the bill. However, for healthcare services offered or provided, page 4, lines 9 through 13, parents are notified and may opt out. This also would be an improvement if it was an opt-in. Since the school function is education, if healthcare is taking place there, it should be approved by the parents. And I'll take a moment aside from the bill. Since I was parental rights for 9 years, it's often been a confused item that children don't have the rights when you talk about parents' rights. But what it really is children do have rights. But who is the defender of those rights? Is it parents or is it government? And it's parents. The second request is that you would restore the last step of the complaint procedure, which was in Senate File 117 in session, page 7, lines 12 through 18, that the court may award damages and shall award reasonable attorney fees for parents who substantially prevail. And that allows parents to take further action in cases where it may be. We hope that it wouldn't go to this. A lot of the discussion in the last few minutes about is it a cooperation or adversarial? Ideally cooperation, but when it is a need for a complaint, that should be restored from the session bill, Senate File 117, in my opinion. And there was a subject that just happened with the previous testifier, asked about family law, federal, state. Family law is primarily held at this state, as you of course know, and so the states should have the right, would be my opinion. States should overrule federal on family law. Thank you. I stand for any questions.
Questions from this office? Thank you very much for your help.
Mr. Chairman, Nathan Winters, President of the Wyoming Family Alliance. And I don't want to take too much of your time. I just want to stand here and give my broad support for this legislation. It has to be said that we are appreciative, of course, of many school districts who get it right. And I think we've heard some testimony in that way. But sadly, laws have to be crafted to address grievances of those who have found that a governmental entity, like a school, didn't operate as they ought. And so someone has to step in a situation like that, and this is entirely the appropriate body. And so this is an opportunity to address issues we are now aware of. And I agree with Chairman Scott that this legislation is clearly designed to, I think, to encourage and foster the relationships between the family and the local school district. And I appreciate the broad effort that's been taken here. And so I just want you to know that from the perspective of Wyoming Family Alliance and the thousands we represent, we are in full endorsement of this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This is from Mr. Winters. Thanks again for your participation. Go ahead, ma'am.
We appreciate your diligence in working on this issue. It is obviously needed. It's a sad.
Please state your name.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just jumped right into it. My name is Ann Lucas. I live in Laramie County. I am a private citizen and voter. I'm a parent and a grandparent. So thank you. I have just, I'm generally in favor of this bill, and I encourage you to support it, and I like so far the amendments that I've heard. I have just a couple of concerns that I'd like to comment on. First, opt-in is very important to parents. I understand that this may become an administrative burden for schools and for school districts. You know, life is full of administrative burdens. Let's get the important stuff right. Parents have the right to direct what happens to their children in schools. And if you want to have a child subjected to a healthcare screening or a questionnaire, parents have that right and should give permission for that if they wish to. And if they don't give permission, then it should not happen. That's my opinion. It is mirrored by many parents and grandparents as well. Lastly, if a school employee, as a reasonably prudent person, I'm reading from the proposed legislation, determines that disclosure to a parent would result in abuse or neglect, then they're not required to inform parents of this. Would that suspicion, this prudent suspicion that a child would be subject to abuse or neglect, also then indicate that the school is required to notify law enforcement? That's the law. It's Wyoming law and it's federal law. So I would hope that if a school chooses, assuming that this all goes the way that it needs to go, if a school chooses to not inform a parent because they're afraid the parent will hurt the child, that there has been a report to law enforcement. I just have to say that out loud because I have a feeling that sometimes that doesn't happen now. I have no further comments, but I would answer any questions happily. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sarah Bieber, Natrona County. So the first thing that I wanted to say, I feel like this bill kind of got gutted from its original purpose. I feel like there was a lot of very valuable things that were taken out of it for whatever reason. And that kind of defeated a lot of what it would have protected, especially for our K through third grade students. With that, you can't legislate a relationship with parents. But you can't do that. You can't provide them with enough that they would have a relationship that they're not otherwise going to seek. It has to be valued by the parent and the school district as a relationship that they foster together. And you can't legislate that. You can't make a bill to say that that's what it should be. There are lots of districts that have policies that support parental rights and support parental involvement. I'm not saying that there aren't, but this bill does help support some of the already existing parental rights that are out there. I do want to point out on page 8, section F, lines 1 through 7. For me, it's a red flag because it's a loophole. Teacher and staff are already mandatory reporters when there is a concern of alleged abuse or neglect. If those things aren't already in play, the prudent person gets to decide. Where's the definition for the prudent person? What is that? Who defines that? Where does that come from? So I would suggest that you possibly put in a definition for that, or who gets to define that. It's a vague definition. It could be primed for misuse. If someone is considered to be a reasonable and prudent person, they could decide that that child is at risk because they want to change their pronouns or they want to go by a different name. That's kind of the stuff that we're up against. It violates the parental rights under the 14th Amendment and taints the due process of knowing what you're being labeled or accused of. Clarification on the safeguards to guarantee individuals in the school district will not use this provision to continue keeping parents in the dark. Concrete specific examples of when a credible suspicion or alleged abuse or neglect would justify withholding information from the parents, like a police report or a report to the police and their backing of withholding information. That's another thing that I would suggest that you put in there. I did also want to mention that in 1923, the Meyer versus Nebraska Supreme Court case, it was established that under the right of the individual to marry, establish a home, and bring up children, to enjoy those privileges long recognized with common law. But in 2000, with the Troxel versus Grainville, is when it was established that parents are the care and custody and control of their children, not just the direction of their children. They are the legal care and custody of their children. So it's more than just directing our children. We are their safeguard. That is our job as parents. So all of that must come to us. That's all I have. I'll have questions if you have any.
Repeat the portion about it was with police and.
So the police report, so if if we're going to say that a prudent person wants to withhold information, they're already mandatory reporters. There should be a police report, or the police should be backing up that decision to not tell parents. There should already be something in play or have to be there before they get to withhold that information from parents.
Got it. Got it. I do too. Go ahead, you're the lawyer.
Well, this has come up a couple times. I think that this provision actually does trigger that automatically by the statutes that are provided, and also the term reasonably prudent is a term of art in the law. We can put a definition here, but it's the idea of what a reasonably prudent person would do in the same circumstance. So it is a term of art, but this would trigger reporting, in my view. That's just my legal view, is that this provision on page 8.
But you get that on, sorry. So you get that on the district level. You get that in the school level, at the teacher's level, in the classroom. And you have a concern that these parents are a certain way and this kid is a certain different way, and you decide to withhold that information. You don't have that legal right. And there are prudent people that would consider that an adequate thing to do in that situation, but you have no backup to say that that's an okay thing to do. And in this situation, that prudent person, it would be acceptable for them to withhold that information. Isn't that what we're trying to avoid?
Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Representative Lawley.
Well, the more important thing is what this already triggers, which is really is a kind of a test for the reasonable and prudent action. So what it does trigger is reporting to law enforcement. So if in my view, if someone feels that they should withhold from a parent, then it will trigger a reporting under the abuse statute. So their sort of normal requirement to report. That becomes then the check of, was that reasonably or prudent? That's, I think one of the concerns you've raised is they could just do it and we don't even know. So read in the whole, you start with the idea that if it triggers the statute, that puts everything back to the idea of notification, but not through the school district, but through the process of the sort of duty to report in Wyoming. But again, I understand your point, and I'm not sure quite how we would try to capture what you're talking about, but this was intended to actually create, first of all, abide by the law on the duty to report, and then kind of acknowledge that duty already exists. And I know people have had some trouble with it, but that's already the law, and rightly so, in my view. But so again, just to explain in my view, at least as an interpretation of that provision.
And ma'am, I didn't get your name.
Sarah Bieber, like Justin Bieber, but not. Just one quick thing on that. It doesn't state that. There is no plain, you have to report if you suspect abuse. Yes, it's already a law, it's already supposed to be followed, but it isn't in this. It doesn't say that a prudent person would report at this time and have that as a reason to withhold. It should, because that would be what a prudent person would do, but so it should be there just as the fallback.
Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman, if I could just make a comment. One thing I think that we always need to look at, Ms. Bieber, is how our laws are not just for attorneys, but they're also for the public. And so as we weigh this, I think your comments are very important, and we'll take them into consideration as we weigh how this law might be interpreted by those reading it. And we're thankful to have a wonderful attorney on our panel here in our committee, but point taken. And so thank you for that.
Bieber? Thank you very much for your input.
Mary Schmidt, Natrona County. This is a tough one for me because I am a very big proponent of parental rights. I homeschool my children, so I ultimately made the decision for myself and my husband. We did that. But I respectfully ask you to drop this bill. Senator Brown, at the last joint meeting, he basically stated that the school districts assume all parental responsibility when you drop your child off. I believe you used the term in locos parentis. That is not the case. No parent turns over their rights to the school. I think that was a bit of a stretch on your part using that term. Secondly, as a school board trustee, I don't necessarily trust all of you to make the law as this law has been written and gutted. I think we can do it ourselves. And I think it's ultimately our job as a trustee to write the policies to protect those parental rights. And if our constituents in our county don't believe we're doing it, then in November they can vote us out. And I think that is as close to the people as you can get, and we can meet the needs of our district's parents as far better than you can at this upper level. If you truly want to help parental rights and you want to help districts, then perhaps you can develop a process with which parents can go against their school district or bring a grievance against their school district without having to go into debt in legal fees, and perhaps protect the districts to defend it. So make a panel that we can come to here at the state level and express our grievances and have something settled. That might be better, because yes, some districts do have policies that protect it, some don't. I have put before a policy to protect children in our district. It didn't go forward because the rest of the board doesn't feel it's necessary. They think it's okay to have each individual school make its own decision. I disagree with that, but our voters in November will decide based off of voting who they want back on the board. So as much as I would like a parental rights bill, I don't think this one hits it, and I don't want it just for the name. I want it to have something substantial in it, not just the title. And this bill doesn't cut that muster. So table it, go back to the drawing board, maybe bring in some district school boards and have a discussion about it. But don't pass a bill because the name sounds good on TV or on articles on Cowboy State Daily and the like. Put something in it that is substantial, that really truly does protect us. And Senator Brown, please don't assume that we give up our parental rights when we drop our kids off. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first of all, it's Representative Brown, but I appreciate that. Secondarily, I am curious. I never said that you gave up your rights. That was never indicated. What I stated, which is legal doctrine, which goes back and has been litigated many, many times, is that when a parent drops off a student, the teacher and the administration within that school district does act in loco parentis. They act as a reasonably prudent person, as we're seeing in this, that assumes the role and the responsibility of protecting that child. Whether you like it or not, that's what happens. And if you Google the term, that's what happens. So I would like to know, if you're going to single me out and tell me that I'm incorrect, I'd like to know what case law you're citing that says that that's an incorrect statement.
I don't have Chairman, I don't have case law because I'm not an attorney and I haven't prepared for that. I can certainly look it up, but I will tell you that yes, they do have a prudent person, but that prudent person takes care of the needs until that parent is contacted and returned. So it's your statement gave the assumption or gave the assumption to the public that we relinquish our responsibilities. When we're not relinquishing our responsibilities, we're saying we want to be notified if something is in need. And if there's a child with an emergency situation, yes, you qualify as the prudent person to take care of that emergency need. But we're not talking emergency needs here. We're talking about curriculums that are laced with ideology that is not representative of this state or of most districts. We're talking about counselors that choose to, like in Sweetwater County, that choose to promote a certain ideology that is not necessarily the responsibility of that counselor. We're talking about those types of things. So I don't believe your use of the term imperentus locus was the proper use of it, and perhaps you didn't mean it in that sense, but it certainly gave the notion to me, reading it, that you meant we turn over every right, and that's not the case. As Representative Lawley has quoted the statutes and the laws that you have to report. If you take your term, it means that they don't have to report because they've assumed the responsibility when we turn our child over there. It's that representation of your statement that I take issue with.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Please state your name.
Kathy Sigliano. I'm a mom here in Laramie County. I'm not going to repeat a lot of the things that were said today. I agree with a lot of the comments and amendments that were given to all of you, but I think it just comes down to we want a phone call. Parents are stressed all day, every day that we drop off our kids and leave them at schools. I personally worry about school shootings or, fights breaking out or a bully maybe picking on my child or maybe one of my child's friends and them taking their life. I think you heard from a parent earlier today that had a child that took their life. It had nothing to do with bullying, maybe, but we just want a phone call. That's all it comes down to. And if there's something that is concerning our child going on with a teacher or a counselor or someone that is with them, in most cases, more than we are, because a lot of parents are working more than one job, and we're entrusting them to be safe at schools with anything that's being discussed or what's going on in their daily life. We just want a phone call. That's all it takes. Let us be partners with the districts. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, members of the Education Committee. My name is Mark Moody, ordinary citizen. But for the record, I am a representative for the 3-7 precinct for the Laramie County GOP. I support the Parental Rights Bill draft with Superintendent Degenfelder's amendments and Director Russell's amendments, and happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Kirk Schmidt, and as I told you before, I'm retired now. I live in Lander, and I worked in the public school system for 38 years. And as part of my duties, Mr. Chairman, as you know, I was in charge of facilities, and I'll be more than happy to volunteer to reverse this room for you so you don't get the afternoon sun directly in your eyes. Mr. Chairman, as a former school board member yourself, you understand how school boards work. You can only imagine in 38 years how many school boards I worked for, the many different personalities on those boards. They represented truly the people who live in that community. Moms are on that school board, dads are on that school board, guardians are on that school board, aunts, uncles, grandparents. You're all familiar with who is on school boards, and they're there because they care about the students. They know the kids, they know the parents. That's where they're voting. They're voting for people right there who are their next door neighbor, and they are absolutely not afraid to speak their piece. It's interesting to listen to some of the anecdotal data that's been talked about today. In 38 years, I never saw a parent come to a school board with a legitimate grievance that it was not addressed. You all know the people in your community who come to you with a grievance that when they walk away, you're scratching your head going, I don't know. I mean, what do you do with the parent that dresses their child up as a cat and sends them to school, and the schools go on, no, wait a minute, we have some issues here, and the parent won't have anything to do with it. The parent calls the police, they want something to do with it. Okay, how do you handle that? That does happen in schools. School board members know those people. They're the ones closest there. They are the ones that, like it or not, set policy. One of the things that used to scare me the most was when 5 concerned citizens showed up at a school board meeting and acted like they represented the whole community. They didn't. I unfortunately worked for a school board for 2 years, but that's the way they governed. Come November, that's true. It changes. People in the community know, they react. I can tell you, I can make a long list of school board members who didn't last very long because of the people in the community who knew they did not represent them. It happens. Now, in my career as a school administrator, I can count on one hand how many incumbent legislators were voted out of office. It's a significant difference. People in a community are aware. They know. They vote. If they run for office. I've seen that. You have seen that in your community. When there are huge issues going on, the incumbents are gone, and you have the people who most represent the voters get voted in. That's what happens. There isn't any of us, including yourselves, like top-down management. The legislature doesn't like the federal government telling you what to do. None of us do. We live in a state where we have been very proud of local control for many years. That has been one thing that has kept Wyoming the way it is. Legislators all come together, they understand both sides of every issue, and everybody comes together. The legislators are very hesitant in the past to dictate statute to many school board members who in their areas sometimes have got more votes than they have. The way the distribution is anymore with the entire legislature, there are more school districts in the state who vote for their school board members than vote for their local legislator. And it's refreshing to me that the legislators in my area, they make people understand very clearly that that's the case. They understand I've got pretty good friends as legislators in Fremont County, and they laugh because parents come to them about things and they go, I'm a legislator, not a school board member. You need to go to the school board. That's what you elected them for. If you don't like it, vote them out. I guess, Mr. Chairman, Speaker Summers got beat up pretty bad last year over this whole thing, and I think he was on the right side of it. And I think there's a lot of people that think that he was on the right side of this is a local issue. School boards can handle it. They've handled it forever. They know the people. Talk to your school board members. They don't go grocery shopping at the prime time, I guarantee you. I run into them at 9 o'clock at night and I go, why are you here? They go, because otherwise I don't get out of here till midnight. I mean, they do. They take it to heart. They are very concerned when people come to them, and they do react. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Anybody have any questions or comments for Kurt? Yes, go ahead, Representative Berger.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, sir, and appreciate those comments about local control. Let's go to the question of parents having the right to direct, which, do you still feel as a school board member that you saw parents having that right to direct their child's education? And if so, do you have an example of parents directing?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I saw it many times. the most prevalent was sex education. Okay, and we had parents, when I was a business manager in Rollins, in Carbon 1, I saw it, and in Fremont 1, I saw it. There were parents that absolutely wanted their kids not to receive. They didn't want anything to do with it. And you know what? Every one of those requests were honored. Those kids were put in other things. They were put in other classes, computer instruction or other types of things. They were not pushed into something where it was deemed as a punishment, because that sends the wrong message. Every one that I can think of right off the top of my head, every one of them that were put into other activities where it helped in their education that they were going through at whatever age group they were in. So it happened.
Yep. Follow up then. Is there a point that a parent, and I don't know if there's a point in life that a parent is supposed to relinquish control of their child and let their own children start to advocate for themselves? Do you have a specific time or when that's supposed to happen?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Berger, I can tell you the best thing that I saw happen that kind of leads to what you're saying is when teachers started calling parents and scheduling times for parent-teacher conferences. The system wasn't working. The system was not working. Okay, I'm standing there at a middle school parent-teacher conference when my son was in 8th grade, and it was just the traditional, you showed up, and I'm talking to one of his friends' parents, and he and I are looking around, and I go, you see who's here? He goes, yeah, the ones that don't need to be here. Okay, educators figured that out. Okay, they called parents, they set times. It was kind of interesting, Representative. We had parents show up at a board meeting at Fremont 1 in Lander complaining that the teachers were bothering them about getting to parent-teacher conferences. Teachers went out of their way to schedule evenings whenever the parent could meet. And you know as well as I do, there's parents that don't care. I mean, they don't show up. I mean, let me give you another side note to how parents look at things versus other people. And Mr. Chairman, the best thing that ever happened in my life was we put cameras on school buses. You know what? The parent line outside my door went away because, hey, let's look at the video. Okay, here's what happened. I mean, you don't have to listen to me tell you, but that was the best thing that happened. And as schools have come online, obviously security is a huge issue. There are more security cameras in schools, in hallways, public areas. That's solved a tremendous amount of problems. And there are a ton more parents that greatly appreciate it than ever complain. And the ones that are complaining are the kids that are causing the problems. And you know what? It kind of takes care of itself when the parents see their own child's behavior.
Comments for Kirk Schmidt? Go ahead. Bill Whiteman, Senator.
Thank you. Chairman David. I think, I hear what you're saying, but I think you're missing the point of why we're here today. Specifically, I think of the case of the Sweetwater County case where that child was transitioned behind the parent's back. That's why we're here. Not because of opting out of sex ed, which, things like that, or not any other school board issue. I think at the crux of the issue, what are we going to do about something like that? And what would your suggestion be? Wait it out and hope the next election goes well for the local school board? Or what if it doesn't? Those parents' rights don't matter? Is it our job to protect those parents' rights, or is it not? That's kind of my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Byman, that's a great question, and I've had a lot of conversations with people in my community about that. First of all, everybody needs to understand a school board, you cannot make a policy that's going to take care of all problems. You're not going to make a statute that's going to take care of all problems. It's just not going to happen. Reading in the newspaper, all of a sudden there's conflicting information out there. Okay, what exactly happened? It's troublesome. It is. I can tell you this, I don't understand it from my experience. I don't understand it how a principal didn't take care of the problem, how a central office administrator in that district, they have 2 different levels, how it wasn't addressed at that level, and how it never became a school board issue where at some point something wasn't happening. You had to me, okay, we always, the lack of institutional control nonsense that comes up. There isn't anything you're going to be able to do to solve one problem like that. You are going to have that happen. You're going to have a parent that my example about that dresses their child up as a cat and expects them to have a litter box and everything else. And the school's going, no. And all of a sudden, some lawyers calling saying they have the right to do that. How do you solve that problem? I mean, I'm too type A. I'd tell the parent, get your lawyer and take a hike. It just wouldn't be acceptable, but that's not how our society works anymore. I don't know. I'll be anxious to see, Senator, how that whole thing works out, because after the last couple things I've read in the paper, I'm kind of curious, okay, what exactly did happen? I don't know. But you're not going to solve every problem with a law or a policy. It just doesn't happen.
Thank you, Chairman David. As a former school board member, I really believe in local control and the decisions. When I look at this bill draft, there's nothing in here I don't think our school district already has. And I think everything in here a good school district should have. So I don't really see this interfering with that local control, because I don't think there's any big controversial policies in here that most good school districts are going to have an issue with. So is there any specific policies in here that you think the school districts are going to object to?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, here's what used to drive me crazy about school board policies. We have a policy that says we're going to follow the law. Okay, why do you need a policy that says you're going to follow the law? Why do you need a law that says you're going to follow the law? That's kind of where you're at with what this bill is doing. Okay, Mr. Chairman, you pointed out some of the federal laws. There's too much interaction. Okay, how do you get around? Okay, the federal law says that. Okay, so let's make a Wyoming statute that says what the federal law says, and then the school board's going to make a policy that says they're going to follow both the state and the federal law. Okay, you talk about the Department of Redundancy Department. Why? You don't need it. Schools typically, in my experience, fall on the way more conservative side than they do the other side. It used to drive me out of my mind, because they're going, well, we're worried about the liability. And I'm going, well, wait a minute, I'm in charge of the school district's liability. What are you talking about? Well, if this. Well, no, the policy issues are going to not be contrary to what the federal statutes say. It's just not going to happen.
Thank you, Chairman David. I'll see if we can wrap this up. I guess for me, the reason that I feel like we are responsible to work on this issue is because of Article 7, Section 1. The legislature shall provide for the establishment and maintenance of a complete and uniform system of public instruction. And so we're trying to make things uniform. I think to your point, we're trying to clarify and make things uniform for the state and for the school boards to make sure that we've got a clear set of guidelines. So I hope that wraps it up, and hope we get a bathroom break sometime soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee.
No pressure. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Lindsay Adam from Pinedale, Wyoming. I stand here as a foster mom and a teacher of 15 years. What I'm hearing from both sides is that everybody wants more communication from everybody else. And I, as a mother, strongly lament how much pain other mothers are feeling if they feel like they've been left out of some major aspect of their child's development. That shouldn't happen. When I used to work a corporate job in Seattle, the common knowledge there is that for a management to be effective, you need a 7-to-1 ratio. No manager can manage more than 7 people effectively. Our public schools, our principals are managing 20 to 40 teachers every day. Teachers are managing 120 student clients. Counselors have caseloads of up to 50. So do we want to communicate more with parents? Absolutely. Do we have the staff or the time or the means? No. Do we need it? Yes. Furthermore, this bill, I'm not opposed to it. I'm not for it. It's quite different than when I initially read it. I do think it's been watered down. So will it make parents feel better? Maybe. Will it change what most good school districts are already doing? Probably not. We notify parents of every change in the kid's schedule and who they're seeing for a counselor, or can we put them in this intervention? That's just responsible education. What I appreciated that's been taken out of this bill is what made me feel like as a teacher I had to be a spy for the parents. There are a lot of things my students don't tell me, but they're obvious. They say a lot without actually saying it. And I have a lot of students that might be gay, might not be gay. I don't know. They don't tell me. But it's not my job to notify their parents. It's not my responsibility to notify parents every time the child's mood changes, which happens every 30 minutes. So I think both sides want and need better communication. We're extremely understaffed to make all sides happy for that. But as a teacher, I'm not going to be a spy between my parents and their students. If their students want to tell them something, they will tell them. And with that, I stand and yield for questions.
Any questions for Lindsay?
Jennifer Hopkins. I am a mother of 6, a grandmother of 3, and a trustee of Natrona County Schools. I'm not speaking on their behalf today. If the committee continues with the Parental Rights in Education bill, I have a concern on the health questionnaire. What would be on the questionnaire? I support the opt-in on this. Parents need the opportunity to be able to read the questionnaire. And I bring up that questionnaire because I have 4 daughters, and when I take them, when they're about 13 or 14, and you take them to the doctor, that is the point where they asked my daughters if they want their mother in the room with them. And that is a huge concern because of this questionnaire. Parents are being left out here and there. They want to talk to my daughters about birth control behind my back, the doctors, and we have certain religious beliefs. And when I state that to the doctor, then they finally will back off. So when I hear this questionnaire that could be asked, this health questionnaire in a school, I have great concern over that. I think the parents should be present there to know what's on that questionnaire or be able to have the opportunity to read it. I don't want to read it on a website. I don't want to be told that that was your responsibility to figure it out. This is something extremely important. What you're asking a minor to ask. And another thing is on those questionnaires, There's another questionnaire too, is where it's about their emotional health. And that can just lead so many different things. Like, where are we going with that? I mean, when you're asking a 13-year-old, like the lady right here, I mean, their moods change from moment to moment. They could feel really crappy that day, and where are teachers or that person doing the health assessment that day, where are they going to run with that? So that's a great concern. Another thing that I also heard, when do parents need to allow the child, when do we relinquish that, a child into more responsibility, and when did they become adults? So I have pretty much 4 adult children now, and I think it's just a gradual thing. And a parent decides when a child's ready to have a little bit more responsibility, as time goes by. And if we want our children to be totally, completely responsible for themselves at I'd say 16, 17, then we need to treat them that way in our school districts and be consistent with that. We don't trap them into a 4-year school and high school if we think they're adult enough to make decisions on their own. So we can't have it both ways. They're either, they're 18, they're responsible, and the parent doesn't have any more responsibility over them. That means they're out of high school, they're paying their own bills. Or is it that they're not old enough to make these decisions for themselves, so therefore the parent needs to be still greatly involved in that? I wish I could help you with that. So that's all I have to say right now. I stand for questions.
Go ahead, Representative Obermuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I assume that you brought these same issues and arguments to the school board in Natrona County?
Can you repeat that? I didn't catch the first part.
I assume that you brought these same arguments to the school board in Natrona County that you sit on?
Yes, I have been. So before I was a trustee, I was brought in. I was brought in about the mask mandate. So I also homeschool and also participate in some public schooling for my children. And I was asked to come, and because of the mask mandates, a whole Pandora's box opened of what was going on in the schools. And I kept in touch, and yes, so parental rights, so it started with the mask. I mean, the parents have the rights to decide if their kids have masks or not. Do we have the rights to decide the opt-in for the books that are sexualized, that are sitting there in our libraries? So yes, I did bring up this concern, yes, these concerns.
Yeah, I'll follow up, Mr. Chairman. So I represent a district in Natrona County, and so you're represented by 5 or 6 times, or you represent by 5 or 6 times more people than I do. And I'm really reluctant to step into a position of saying I'm going to tell my local school board what to do. I mean, I really have a lot of deference to local school boards, and one of the reasons is you're elected by a whole lot more people than I am. And so your colleague on the school board talked about being against this bill and made the statement, that's a local issue, we can solve it ourselves. Another election's coming up soon, right?
Correct.
So how do you feel about that, taking the responsibility at the school board level and not asking me as a person that's just representing a slice of Natrona County, that you really want me to weigh in on it? How do you see it?
I do agree with Trustee Smith that it should be a local conversation. But right now, she and I we're 7 against 2. So anything that we bring up that is the concerns that we are from our constituents, it is not being heard. And we're being shut down. So yes, we do have, we've been working on policies to prepare, but at the same time, if you were to move with this bill, I would also like to have my concerns heard about these health questionnaires. I do not, it's been a while since I've been in school, so I don't, last time I heard that we were just, we did the ear, they check our ears and maybe run their finger along your back, with your shirt on. I don't know how much farther we're going with these health standards in our district. So that's something we will be looking into. The November makes it a year. It's taken me this long to learn so much. I have so much more to learn. But yes, I would like to keep it local. But if we can't, then we need to be also heard on this bill.
Anybody else have any questions for Ms. Hoffman? Right, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Patrick Lucas, Laramie County. I would urge a yes vote on this bill, please. And I did have one quick comment as a mandatory reporter. I think we're all here because of recent cases in Wyoming. And in one case, the parents were portrayed as being somehow unfit, with no evidence being brought forward and no law enforcement involvement that I could see. There is a presumption of fitness for all parents who know best what's for their children. I was a mandatory reporter as a healthcare provider, and I only did it in cases where there was objective evidence, bruises, fractures that weren't explained. I did not do it because I disagreed with the parents' religious or personal beliefs, which are, of course, protected by the First Amendment. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Lucas? Thank you. Anybody else for public comment? Going once? Going twice? Okay, we're going to close public comment. We're going to take a short break, 10 minutes. We'll be back here at 4:10. Thank you.
Necessary.
Yes.
Oh, look at that. Wow.
Want to break him?
Chairman Provenza calls to order.
Yes. Okay, we're back. We've listened to public comment and now we're up to the bill. So I'm giving a little time for the stragglers to get in. Committee, what's your pleasure on, I gotta find it. 24 LSO 0076.
Move the bill.
Moved by Brown, seconded by Chairman Harshman, or not Harshman, Jesus. Chairman Scott. Okay. So I guess I'm going to ask the committee, how would you like to proceed? We have two sets of amendments already here. We have your amendments. Do you want to work the bill and work amendments in, or do you want to hear what mine are and what Chairman Scott's are?
Up to you. I'd suggest we take the written ones first and the verbal ones second.
Okay, go. If you would like to talk about yours, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. What this amendment does is it really puts in a clarifying set of things, things that are going to get done without parental consent. And just make sure that we aren't knocking out some of these common sense things. You can see the list. If you get a bad accident, you got to summon, they're going to summon 911, they're going to give first aid.
Kid breaks leg on the playground. Go ahead.
Playground or worse.
Yep.
Minor accident, kid scrapes his knee in the playground. They're going to give the minor first aid. They're going to put a Band-Aid on if that's what's required, that sort of thing. And then 3, where there's screening for infectious diseases or conditions that may endanger other people. And this, from a standpoint of protecting the whole public, these things can be pretty important. They can conduct a non-invasive inspection. Look at the kid. You listen to what the kid says and anybody else. You get a report that the kid's been throwing up and that kind of thing. You listen to that. You can take temperature, non-invasive methods. Look for a rash. Kid says he's got spots. School nurse is going to look for those. And frankly, probably mostly what you're probably up to is seeing, is it a rash or was the rash made with a magic marker? Given the level we're dealing with here. You may listen to a stethoscope, and then the last one on this item is head lice is a major problem. And that's your first line of defense. And asking that those things be strictly construed. And then there's some other things, nothing in this section be construed as interfering with ability of school district personnel to comply with instructions from student parent. You get a student that, say, has an allergy to a bee sting, and you want somebody, responsible adult there, to administer the antidote if that happens. I think you have the same situation with an asthma sometimes. You have emergency procedures you want to authorize a school nurse to do. We aren't going to interfere with that. The parent gives guidance on that. Second, ability to convey relevant medical data to emergency personnel in an emergency. You'd think that would go without saying, but I think we better say it, or somebody will get bureaucratic when they ought to know better. Third item, with some diseases, you may have mandatory reporting of an infectious disease to the county or state health officer. And those can be, if you have an epidemic going on, they can get a special instruction that they've got to report. We're going to comply with that sort of thing. That's can be important in terms of controlling an epidemic in the community. And then the final item that would be that there's nothing here is going to interfere with the mandatory reporting of suspected child abuse. There's a statutory reference back in the bill, but people are not going to understand that. So I want that provision duplicated. It didn't make it into this, but I asked that it be included. And I've given LSO the specific language. So, Mr. Chairman, that's a simple amendment. It's intended. It goes into perhaps more detail than we like, and I think most of it is just common sense. But I think if you don't put it in, sooner or later, somebody's going to do something they shouldn't ought to, or fail to do something they should because of the statute. So that's the purpose, and I move the amendment.
Okay. Who moved the amendment? There's a second. Brown seconds. Discussion on the amendment. Go ahead, Representative Brown.
So I seconded and I'll end up supporting the amendment, but I think what concerns me ultimately is the same thing that concerned me with the bill in its original form is we're really trying to legislate and put something in our green books that is just, as we heard our friend from Fremont County earlier, it's almost impossible to legislate for every single situation. And I appreciate the chairman bringing this in. What I worry about, I'm married to a school nurse, right? My wife's not going to sit there and go look up the green book to find out what she is and is not allowed to do if there's a student bleeding or has a compound fracture to determine whether or not she's breaking the law by treating that before talking to the parent. That's not going to happen. And that's, as we've already talked about in other formats, she's required to take care of that child without this bill. And so I think this particular amendment, as I look at it, I think it tries very, very heavily to clarify things. But I also think it brings a very valid point to the table that this is just not an easy subject to legislate, right? We're attempting to do everything in our power to try to give parents their rights and make sure that they're codified. But nobody wants to take on that responsibility of a teacher except the teachers. Nobody wants to take on that responsibility of being an administrator except the administrators. And so when we sit here and we start hog-tying these individuals on what they can and can't report or can and can't say to the student or anything like this, it becomes a very, very gray area in law, regardless of how many words we try to put into the law to make it clear. So I will support this amendment because I do think that the intent is right. Not sure that it's 100% there, but I think it's the right path forward. But again, I stress very heavily that this committee think about this, that we could continue to put in there all of these different exceptions of where these different things go in and where each teacher and each individual incident could potentially occur. But we're never going to get it right. There's always going to be that one off. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That to happen anyhow, but I am afraid, Mr. Chairman, that either somebody will complain and the bureaucrats will get after the people that did the right thing, or some lawyer will, when something ultimately went wrong. So I think this is essential protection for our people.
Representative Provenza, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To go along with this litigation concern, I mean, I think what we're doing is we're then putting it in line items, and the court's going to say, okay, well, what's not listed, which is then kind of further complicating the litigation issue. I mean, we're talking about allowing schools to examine a rash or similar skin lesion with no opportunity of doing anything about it. It seems pretty broad, but also restrictive because it has so many different things in it. I mean, we're talking about using an internal functions with the stethoscope. I mean, it's been a long time since I've been in a nurse's office in a grade school, granted, but by lining these out, I think we're putting people at risk more so if they do use common sense, because the court's going to look at it and say, well, I mean, it just isn't listed in the full alphabet exclusions in this statute. So my concern is if it's actually doing the opposite of what it is intended to do.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious where the language came from and if any medical professional were involved in the drafting of this, or how this series of screening techniques came to be.
Mr. Chairman, I wrote the language. I had 30 years of experience in health. And this, we were talking about this is what you got.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, but you're not a medical professional. You chaired the health committee.
No.
Okay. And I guess the other concern, Mr. Chairman, that I have with this amendment is I'm now concerned that the legislation might need this amendment, and that makes me more worried about the legislation. If there's an implication that the legislation as drafted before us would rule out common sense administration of protective healthcare, which is an obligation of our educational facilities, that this committee believes that that would be potentially ruled out by a school, then I guess I'm taking on a whole new understanding of the legislation itself. If we need this exemption, the bill is very troublesome. And then I would also think we would need an exemption that was thought through by medical professionals. There's nothing about, for example, anaphylaxis in this, and the fact that we already have statute that relates to providing epinephrine if there is that response. But there's all these other things here, which we have an open list about screening for infectious diseases associated with listening to a student's internal functions with a stethoscope. I'm troubled by this amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, I was nervous about this amendment because I foresaw that people would say, okay, if you need this amendment, then you don't need the bill. On the other hand, if you don't put the amendment in, people who don't like the bill will say, you've got no protection for the school nurse doing these routine things, and therefore the bill's no good. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. I thought in this case that it was better in terms of getting the bill approved to put some exemptions in.
Please follow up.
And just one more thought, excuse me, one more thought, which Representative Brown alluded to earlier. This level of detail and complexity is exactly the type of thing that should be coming down in local school board policies, that's the level of detail. I'm just trying to imagine if the federal government wrote this bill and said, Wyoming, you're going to follow these policies, and here's your policy on skin lesions. And then we all followed the federal policy on skin lesions, all 50 states. Well, I would assume and hope that we would rail against that as federal overreach and recognize that that was quite a ways too far in moving from the direct elected representation of the people of Wyoming. And we're doing that to the school board, which is a common problem that we have. We like to complain about the feds telling us what to do, and then we immediately like to reach into the local school boards that could easily put forward a reasonable policy like this, taking a lot of testimony from their experts and then amending it on the fly. Remember, Mr. Chairman, we can only change this when we're in legislative session, so this becomes the law and not subject to a follow-up meeting. This level of detail certainly belongs in a local discussion that can be amended on the fly on an as-needed basis by those closest to consideration.
Representative Berger had his hands up first. Go ahead, Representative Berger.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Scott, thank you, or Senator Scott, excuse me, for this amendment and thinking about that. But also I'm going to add to, it's not just the school nurse performing these duties. You know where I'm at and where I teach, but I'm trained by school nurses and other professionals and directed by parents on the health of those kids that I work with, feeding tubes, rashes, even the concerns that parents have with kids going into seizures and giving medicine for kids who have a seizure for more than 5 minutes. Okay? But you're only saying nurses. What about me? What about where am I at? And this is what concerns me. I don't want to be running to my office to the Green Book saying, "Uh-oh, this kid's having a seizure. Can I do this? Or will it be in trouble?" But I am directed by parents every day about their child. Every day. And I take that very seriously. And guess what? I know that there are a lot of teachers out there that do the same, a lot. And we're directed by these parents, and they work really well with these parents. So I'm against this amendment.
School district personnel may without. So all the school district personnel are covered. It isn't just the nurses, it's everybody.
Oh, Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I appreciate this area that you're addressing, but would wonder, again, if it's not just the specificity that concerns me, is that once you make a list like that, it is, as someone alluded to earlier, then it really raises issues about what's not on the list. And so what if we just conformed it to a more general statement and again, encourage districts to make specific policies in that area as another way to put something in there, but yet not be so specific?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Chairman Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I thought about doing that, and the trouble was I couldn't write a general enough provisions that those school districts that are actively supporting things that the parents violently disagree with couldn't drive a truck through. So I thought if I did a general provision, I'd simply gut the bill. That's why I don't like doing this specific thing for just the reasons that have been cited, but I didn't see an alternative here.
Senator Bowman, Bikeman, there we get it again.
So the struggle's real, I get it. It's been a long day. I don't think the amendment's necessarily needed. I think if you turn your attention to page 2, subsection A, I, or Romanet 1, note, it sums up the whole bill in one sentence. Shall notify a student's parent or guardian as soon as practical, right? If there's a change in the student's services or monitoring related to the student's physical, mental, or emotional health or well-being, and the school's ability to provide a safe and supportive learning environment for the student, procedures adopted under this paragraph shall reinforce the fundamental rights of parents to make decisions regarding and on it goes. That's the bill. And I think if you go A, B, C, D, E, and stop there, delete F, because F is what brings in all the other questions. F tells you, notwithstanding, this is what we're not talking about. I want to talk about what we're talking about, and that's it, and leave it at that. And keep this bill clean and simple and concise and to the point, which is protecting parental rights, notifying parents when practical, or as soon as possible, or however you want to word that. But I think that's where we need to focus. And we're going off on a lot of tangents here at 4:30 p.m. And we've got a lot of other amendments coming our way. I think we just need to keep it simple and keep this bill as intact as possible moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further comments? Go ahead, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one more thought along the lines of the core of the bill really is parents' rights, and there's a lot of debate about whether that should be local with trustees or whether that should be the state. So I think that's a debate we should all have. But at the end of the day, the notwithstanding clause that we have at the beginning of G basically says any school district personnel shall be able to take all of these actions without any parental consent, even if I were willing to opt out, even if I wanted to opt out of the stethoscope treatment, for example. I would no longer have the opportunity as a parent to opt out of the stethoscope. By a particular teacher, for example, I might say, I don't want Mr. Brown to use a stethoscope on my child. Well, that's right out with this. So again, I think Senator Beitman's suggestion that we focus on the core and debate the core of the bill is probably appropriate at this time.
Anybody else like to debate the amendment? If not, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
All right, that amendment has failed. So I have an amendment. I'm not sure which you have. I think you have the amendment in its, yep. Mine's an enrolled one. And so as I started into this and listening to what the people had to say, I also added in some others that were along the way. On page 1, line 5, school districts cannot prohibit parent or guardian, is what I'd like to add. Okay, then down on line 8, we're striking district's board of trustees and just using districts. That conforms with Wyoming language. And then requiring, or district's adoption of necessary rules, requiring adoption of necessary rules and procedures on line 10 and striking rulemaking. So rulemaking is stricken and adoption of necessary policies, rules, and procedures is inserted. Okay. On page 2, line 7, strike out board of trustees because the board of trustees are a bunch of volunteer people who got elected. They don't have the knowledge that the administration does. So that each district shall. And then go down, and granted, this is, as Senator Beitman has said, this is all new language. This is the new part of the bill. Notify a student or parent as soon as possible, or practical, if there's a change in the student's physical. So we strike out the student services or monitoring related to, because what are services? Can you tell me what student services are? And monitoring. Okay. Then we go to page 3. On page 3, line 3. Line 3 reads, and health records, and insert within a reasonable time period. And then we strike the rest of that down to line 13 because that is FERPA and the Wyoming Records Act. On line 15, we have heard from the people and they have said to insert not adopt or implement any rules. And the or implement is new between adopt and any. Go ahead.
On that, is it and implement or implement? Or? Okay.
Page 4, top of page 4, same thing, not adopt or implement. We're just inserting or implement between adopt and any. drop down to line 9, and it says school districts shall make available to parents. Instead of notify, we make available, because they have it on their websites, they have it on handbooks, they put it in kids' backpacks. They've done many ways to make it available to parents. And parents or guardians, and then strike of each. And then it continues on healthcare services instead of service. There's more than one service being performed. And then on line 16, strike out the words "the student services or monitoring related to," so that now it reads, "in the to be notified of a change in the student's physical, mental, or emotional health or well-being." On line 21, student is stricken to be a group of students. Each school district shall make available, not provide. On line 22, strike provide, make, and put up make available. On line 23, we strike the last 3 words and put a period after guardian.
Mr. Chairman?
Please go ahead.
Sorry to back up just a little bit, but the language on page 4, line 9.
Got it.
When "of each" is struck, doesn't quite flow, and I was going to suggest adding the word "any" so that it flows correctly. So at the beginning of each school year, each school district shall make available to parents and guardians any healthcare services offered or provided.
Yes.
I believe that's a friendly amendment, yeah.
Thank you. Good catch.
Mr. Chairman, before you move on, can I ask you a question on
Certainly.
page 4? Just why we would strike student and group of students? What's the thought process?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
What's the thought process with the group of students versus student at the bottom of page 4? Subsection C there. It says, before administering a well-being questionnaire or health screening, and right now it reads, to a student, you have student stricken and you're putting in group of students.
And I answered a group of students because districts do not administer to your son. They administer it to a group of boys within the district that are in the same grade level. So it's not that questionnaire is not necessarily given just to one person. We're not singling out one.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Well, that might be current practice, but wouldn't it be better to say to a student or group of students? That way
Yeah.
we're covered, because that could change, and I don't feel comfortable with it having to be a whole group. I think that goes to the heart of the problem some parents are feeling or concerned about.
I think that's a good idea.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go
while
ahead.
you're on that page, you were incorporating some of the language that the audience had given us there. We had also heard them mention on line 12 on page 4 about withhold consent or decline to opt into any specific healthcare service. I didn't know if you wanted to capture that with their comments or not. It would be up to you, but just a reminder.
That's great. I had it on the side and missed it, so I actually have opt in, so. Can you do that again, Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On line 12, we would delete withhold consent or decline and just put opt into. Or maybe the LSO staff has more elegant language. That's just what was suggested. Thank you.
Anything else on page 4? So we have stricken the last 3 words on the end of 23, and 1 through 12 are adopted because that is a Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, or as the feds like to call it, PPRA 20 USC 123-2H. And yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, again, sorry to go back a little bit, but reading in the opt-into discussion, withhold consent or decline for healthcare, the standard baseline for schools typically in providing healthcare is the in-loco parentis concept, where they will act on behalf of the parent or guardian to provide healthcare services that they deem in the best interest of the child based on whatever standard practices of that are. And that's typically why, if you aren't comfortable with the standard practice of care, that you will withhold consent or decline some type of specific health care, because there is a common standard, and then you say, all right, I don't want that standard of care to be provided. I'm worried that we would have a circumstance where if I didn't opt into health care, that the school district would then feel like, well, I didn't get the flyer from mom and dad. We don't know what to do. We're not giving the EpiPen, or we're not going to provide the medical services. So it seems, while I understand the desire, which is a desire by both sides to, everyone wants it to be easier on them, right? If I want to be opting out, then I want that to be the default position. If I want to opt in, I want that to be the default position, because we all want it easier on ourselves. But at the end of the day, from the perspective of the school districts and their obligation to provide appropriate health care as the default position, it seems in this instance, we need the default position to be freedom to provide health care. And that's the way it is at least originally written, I believe, on lines 11 through 13, absent the amendment to say opt into. So I think that's worth discussing or having as a separate amendment.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's fine. It was just, we were trying to encapsulate what we heard from the audience. So if you want to discuss that part, I'm more than happy to do so.
So, Mr. Chairman, then shall we leave that out of this larger amendment and then come back to that for discussion?
Let's leave that out and then we'll come back.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
you've lost me on the curve. Which page you on?
We're on page 4.
Page 4.
Line 12. After decline, we had inserted adopt in or opt in. And we're not going to do that.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else on page 4? Okay, page 5. Once again, strike 1 through 12 because it's the PPRA. 14 through 17, at the end of section, put a period and strike the rest of that sentence along with line 18. Strike lines 20, 21, 22, 23, and basically all of page 6 and down to line 15 on page 7. And then on line 17, nothing in this subsection, we should change that to section because it's no longer a subsection. And then on page 8, okay. Do you want to discuss your amendment?
We can put it now because it came from a question from the
Okay.
audience. If we want to,
No, let's continue on with this big amendment.
Okay.
Put a period at the end of 135, striking lines 20 and 21. Page 8. Is my page 8 same as yours? Yep. And that's the end of it. And that takes out all the federal and state laws that are already followed by districts. Any questions?
I have a question.
Procedurally, we have to have, if I move it, then we have to have a second to continue.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question on now that we've taken out a lot of the enforcement mechanisms, what happens, where's the teeth? What happens when a district refuses to comply? What's the relief for the parent or guardian? If say the school district digs in their heels and says, no, we're not going to apply, we're not going to do this, or we're not going to give you this, or we're not going to act in accordance with this new law we just passed, what happens?
I understand what you're saying, because in policy, districts have it in policy how they respond to complaints, but it's not in state law. So if you would like to leave in that section, which basically starts at the bottom of page 5 and continues on to page 7, that's the enforcement section. And I don't have a problem with that because, like I said, districts already have it.
Mr. Chairman, I think I would feel more comfortable going forward with that in there. Obviously, this thing's got a long ways to go, and we'll hear more testimony in both committees on both sides as this thing moves along. But I think going forward, let's leave that in there, and if it needs to be adjusted, we can adjust it. But I don't feel comfortable taking that out at this moment.
Representative Lawley.
I agree with Senator Beitman that these are the teeth, and I think we can go, as we move forward, talk about it more, but one of the things we're kind of famous for in the legislature is giving mandates, but no enforcement mechanism. And I think that makes things harder in the end, not easier. And so we can talk about revising this perhaps, but I don't think it should be taken out.
Make that a motion.
I will make that motion to reinstate the stricken language on bottom of page 5, all of page 6, and page 7 to lines 15.
The seconds to my right, Representative Lawley. Any more discussion on that? Go ahead, Senator Rothfuss.
Yeah, Senator Beitman's motion probably needs to include the Romanet 7 that you see on line 17 as well, needs to be restored.
Yep, he's right. Any more discussion? If not, we'll proceed to vote on that. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. It passes. Okay. We're back on the original motion. Any more discussion? Hearing no more discussion, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? That has passed also. Now then, any other amendments? Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to the discussion we had on page 8, lines 1 through 7, concerning this provision prohibiting districts to exception to withholding information or disclosing to parents based on a concern about abuse or neglect. Again, I think the statute, and this is my view, is incorporating these statutes. If you rely on this, I believe these statutes to withhold the information, then it triggers the responsibility to report. But to make it clear, I would just propose this language added on page 8, line 8, after the period. The withholding, and again, LSO may need to work with this, but the withholding from disclosure to a parent or guardian under this provision shall trigger mandatory reporting requirements of Wyoming Statute 14-3-202.
None of us write that fast.
I'll read it more slowly.
Thank you.
perhaps this can be a reading assessment for me. The withholding from disclosure to a parent or guardian under this provision shall trigger mandatory reporting requirements under Wyoming Statute 14-3-202. Something like that, the LSO could.
Mr. Chairman, I think the statute is actually 205. That's the.
Is it, I'm sorry, what's what?
It's 205. That's the
Okay.
mandatory reporting
All right, thank you,
statute.
thank you.
Go ahead, discussion. Go ahead, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, the concern I have here is if we do that, it's hard to think of all circumstances that are out there. This is, again, something that a school district could spend more time on and really work through. As originally structured, that school board would have the opportunity to really think things through. And what I'm imagining, although I don't know, we can talk through these ideas and try and come up with alternative scenarios. If you have a student that's terrified of a parent if they disclose a certain bit of information, that's not a mandatory reporting event. I'm afraid my dad will kill me if I ... That's a problem I have. Mr. Obermueller, can you help me? Well, that's a hard one. And how credible is that? I mean, that's one of those things where maybe there's some judgment that is required to be involved. But there's no mandatory reporting at that point in time, because mandatory reporting is going to assume there is abuse, not there is potentially going to be a risk or threat of abuse. And so the threshold there can become more complicated than the bright line, always report if this F is triggered, if F not triggered, or if no report, then F cannot be triggered. So I guess I'm reticent to take away the judgment of the district in coming up with those types of nuances in their judgment through statute.
Mr. Chairman, can I respond?
Certainly. Go ahead, Representative
All right.
Lawley.
Well, again, the way it's currently structured is the reason for non-disclosure to parents has to do with this suspicion that it's a suspect that the child will be subject to abuse, or neglect. And so, because that's the only reason given, I think that it leaves a big, giant, I think that could happen, but I don't need to report that. And so I just think that if there could be a different kind of reason for non-disclosure, but that's not what's here. It's a non-disclosure based on a belief, a reasonable person belief that that it would result in that. So to me, you're putting the parents in a situation where you're not disclosing something to them, nor are you disclosing the reason why you're not going to disclose that to them. So there's a circle happening here, kind of a circular thing, and then the parents don't know. And so how do we arbitrate that, so to speak? How do we work that out, that circular logic? Well, it's kind of found in the statute already that it should trigger some reporting where then there's some kind of somebody sort of arbitrates whether or not is reasonably prudent belief, and whether that belief should be reason for non-disclosure. Because I think the intent behind this provision is to basically recognize that the issue of an abuse situation, and that that something isn't done that furthers that, and it also acknowledging kind of a mandatory reporting. So that's my view.
And Mr. Chairman, I agree with Representative Lawley about the complexity of it. And honestly, that's the reason why I think affording the flexibility to the local school district to come up with a policy that appreciates that level of complexity and takes into consideration mandatory reporting, as well as circumstances that perhaps don't justify a mandatory reporting, but might trigger something. That flexibility would be essential to it being effective for the districts. In the absence of that, if we're overly prescriptive, then we create circumstances which might have unintended consequences. And I think that would be ill-advised for us and for this piece of legislation.
Senator Biteman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This discussion is why I mentioned earlier, I think F could go away and the bill can still stand. I don't think F is necessary. I think if F is not in the bill, there's still mandatory reporting. You know, I think all we're doing is muddying the water and opening ourselves up to lawsuits. So I just think F could go away, and mandatory reporting is still there. There's still a duty to act. There's still, nothing changes in that regard. The bill is what the bill is. And then we just keep moving forward. So just my thoughts.
I don't disagree with you, Senator Beitman, and would withdraw my amendment, and the second one withdraw, and allow you to make that motion.
Mr. Chairman? Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we delete lines 1 through 8 on page 8.
Second.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the Senator's, interest in making it clean, but what this does, in my view, then is create a clean, bright line of there is no wiggle room, always tell the parents, and that is an easy policy. That is the easiest policy, is don't worry about the consequences, always tell the parents. We like those kinds of policies because they are clean and easy. It does seem like there could be the potential for endangering the child. And honestly, that's my biggest concern, not lawsuits, not the parents, it's always the kids. And my biggest concern about this legislation is that it is empowering for the parents and disempowering for the kids already, where their rights are seldom reflected or respected in statute, realistically, their individuality, their autonomy, their ability to look out for their own interests. We don't look out for them very well in statute. Over the years, I've run legislation to try and do that, and all of that legislation, I think, generally dies. This is one of those instances where we don't like these circumstances, and we hope they don't happen, but there are definitely going to be occasions where a parent is the problem that needs to be addressed. We already have problems, I can say, on university campuses with mandatory reporting. This is a contentious issue because what mandatory reporting tends to lead to is a lack of communication with a trusted individual, because that person does not feel comfortable knowing you're a mandatory reporter. So you have other states, for example, that have looked for ways around the federal requirements of mandatory reporting, where they only designate certain classes of people and make it clear that others can be talked to, so that that other person can actually provide some advice on how to handle things. In this circumstance, the teachers, the school district personnel would basically all become what are effectively mandatory reporters back to the parents, even if the parents are the problem, by eliminating this. Unless you could report first, and you could potentially do both at the same time, but you're still literally statutorily obligated to tell the parent and then report them to DFS. I mean, that would be the plain reading of statute. You don't get a pass on telling the parents. It's clear and explicit in statute. You just have to tell the parents and then immediately go tell DFS that you're worried under that circumstance. F provides all the complexity of this bill. There's no question about it. It's the hard part of the bill. It provides a school board with the capacity to make hard decisions and go into the gray area and try to figure out how to simultaneously represent the interests of the kids and the interests of the parents. That's hard work. That's why they get the big bucks on the school board, just like we do here. And I think they're up to the task. And we also have the potential for them to explore and innovate and change and figure out what best practices exist among 48 school districts, and then look to each other and emulate what those best practices are, where if we take out F, we basically say it's going to be a bright line, there are no exceptions. And I know that those are popular decisions, those bright line decisions, because it makes it easy to know what the right answer is. The zero strikes you're out kind of approach to things. And but I think that leads to unintended outcomes and poor consequences that do not reflect what's in the best interest of our children, but definitely makes it easier.
Further discussion? Senator Whiteman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I respect that, but also you're talking about a potential crime in the future. And taking away parental rights of a parent who's probably fit, who hasn't been deemed unfit by a judge or a court of law or anything through the process, and you're denying their rights because you are making the judgment that you are afraid they might overreact to something and in the future may commit a crime. That's not how our justice system works, thank God. And so I think taking F out and keeping the law the way it is completely acceptable. And it's not going to cause any harm, I don't think. So, thank you.
Go ahead, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you. And I do understand the future crime concept, but what we neglect is the fact that these are, particularly the older students, high school students, for example, these are autonomous people that should have their interests reflected. And if what they want is a conversation where they can say, hey, I have big concerns, I need to talk to somebody. I want to talk to this teacher. This is somebody I've developed a relationship with. And I don't want that to have to go back to my parent. I want to be able to say to you as my teacher, can we have a private conversation? The challenge is you have to respond, no. No, we can't. We can't have a private conversation. Don't tell me what you're thinking, go find someone else. And honestly, as a mandatory reporter at University of Wyoming, that's what I do. So, do we want that? Because we can have that, but it doesn't solve problems. It just says we have a nice, clean boundary. And those are my concerns.
Aye? Aye. Those opposed?
No.
That sounds like it died. Division being called. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. All those opposed, please raise your hands. More than 5. Further amendments on the bill?
I think I want to renew my amendment.
You have
Go
one?
ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to entertain the Lawley amendment again if we're going to keep this provision in. And so I would let her, I think we've written it down before, but if you need further explanation, go to her. Thank you.
Representative Lawley.
Yes, I would like to renew my motion and to add to, beginning on page 8, line 8, after the period, the withholding from disclosure to a parent or guardian under this provision shall trigger the mandatory reporting requirement of Wyoming Statute 14-3-205.
Been moved and seconded. Go ahead, Chairman Scott.
Mr. Chairman, on and against the amendment. I really think you're getting into, by making them report under this circumstance, you're going to have circumstances where nothing has happened that would cause a reporting yet. You may be afraid that what you're doing might trigger that. But if you have to report it, you've put the potential reporter into just an impossible situation, because you're saying we're going to report them for something they haven't done, but we're afraid they might do. And it's better off giving the potential reporter the ability to hold this confidential, because you might trigger the situation you're trying to avoid. And I don't know whether I'm expressing it as eloquently as Senator Rothfuss did, but I think that's the real risk here, and I would urge the defeat of the amendment.
Go ahead, Senator Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that promotion. But I would say that for all the reasons you just argued is the reason that this provision is problematic, in that it can be used as a reason to not disclose, but there's really no way to test that. There's really no way to arbitrate that. And what mandatory reporting does is it simply triggers some kind of an investigation, and it may be determined to be substantiated or unsubstantiated. And so with no mechanism for substantiation and someone's just believing that, that might happen, for permanent kind of withholding with no other action required of the person who has this information and their just decision to not disclose, it to me creates a problematic situation. So if there's a better way around it, I would love to hear it. But I do think it's a real issue where there can be abuses here. It's really becomes a very easy way to take a lot of what we tried to do in this bill and find a way around it. And that's concerning to me. So that's if there's a better way, I'm totally open to it.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to read a little bit of what we're talking about in 14.3205. The child abuse or neglect persons required to report any person who knows or has reasonable cause to believe or suspect that a child has been abused or neglected, or who observes a child being subjected to conditions or circumstances that would reasonably result in abuse or neglect, shall immediately report it to Child Protective Agency or local law enforcement agency. So it makes it rise to the level of, this really is abuse or neglect. It really is a law enforcement investigation level. We're not just holding it back because we don't like something someone did or something like that. And so those are the provisions in law already that I think this kind of scrutiny should be available before a parent has the information withheld. Thank you.
Senator Rothfuss, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the logical construct, though, of the events that have to take place with reporting are a past tense. So this is getting to what Senator Beitman was talking about, something that has happened. You have to report something that has happened. That triggers the reporting. The statutory construct in F is an if statement. If the disclosure of information would lead to the potential of abuse, that's the consideration of F. So you don't have the abuse taking place, and it gets to the idea of prosecuting someone for something you haven't done before. So that structure can't work. You haven't had a triggerable event. If you have had a triggerable event, they're already mandatory reporters, and they should already be reporting that. So it doesn't work as structured, the idea that you would immediately report the if statement because you haven't followed through on the disclosure, which a prudent person would believe led to the abuse, which would then be reported. And I'm hoping that makes sense. It may or may not.
Opposed?
No.
Once again, we'll have a division. Raise of hands for those that are in favor. 5. And those opposed? More than 5. Okay, so that one has failed also. Any other amendments on 076? If not, we'll proceed to vote. Would you please call the roll?
Mr. Chairman, on 24 LSO-0076, Parental Rights in Education-1, as amended. Senator Beitman.
Aye.
Senator Brennan.
Aye.
Senator Rothfuss.
No.
Senator Steinmetz.
Aye.
Representative Allred.
Aye.
Representative Andrew.
Aye.
Representative Berger.
No.
Representative Brown. Representative Klauston.
Aye.
Representative Lawley.
Aye.
Representative Obermueller.
No.
Representative Provenza.
No.
Co-Chairman Scott.
Aye.
Chairman Northrup.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, you have 10 ayes and 4 noes.
All right, we'll see that again later. We're going to move to 24 LSO 0052. It is my idea that we go through the bill real quickly and then we take public comment on it. And after public comment, because there's quite a few people who moved here, we will recess till tomorrow.
Work the bill in the morning.
So work the bill in the morning. Does that work? It'll be after 6 by then, so. Good? Okay.
And you might ask the people who can't be here to testify.
Yeah, we're gonna take public testimony.
Yeah, but.
Yeah.
Just all, start asking ones that can't be here to testify
Okay.
first.
It's a 30-page bill. Would you like to give us the highlights?
Mr. Chairman and fellow committee members, thank you. Just to give you kind of a very brief rundown of 0052.
Would you please identify yourself? We know who you are, but those in the audience.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Albert Summers. And so just to give you a brief rundown of 0052, this is the Education Savings Account bill. There was a couple of bills brought last session. Frankly, bills that probably I helped kill, or I did kill. And, but I think they were worthy of a discussion, and I think there's a combination of things that can make this bill really good. And in my opinion, what makes this bill really good is the fact that we bring in early childhood. And I think what I tried to do was clean up, in my effort, was to clean up a lot of the unconstitutional pieces of the bill. And I think one way I did that was to bring in the federal poverty level. Who gets what child receives this education savings account? Also, a stream of money that was going to education is now replaced with general funds, so there's no using education dollars for private school. I'm not going to go through in detail. I'm just going to say that I support the bill. I think it's a good compromise to bring forward an idea. And in the end, people get hung up on, are we using public dollars for private education? And something I finally thought about in my mind, because I've had this push-pull in my mind for a long time. And I think the fact that we're providing dollars for education, however that occurs, is a good thing. Ultimately, we end up educating children. And I think the early childhood piece of it, we know that we get more bang for our buck out of early childhood. And so that's why I did it. I think there's some amendments that I can agree to. The split of money, I agree to the 70-30 versus 50-50, going from a 3K to a 6K. Education savings account, not tipping. I don't mind the alternative testing idea that's been brought out. So I'm good with all those. I do think having some kind of adequacy in the testing, and I think that kind of a norm reference, a nationally norm reference test is, the ACT could work just as good as the YTOP, frankly. So there's other suites of tests that are totally appropriate. So, Mr. Chairman, that's roughly what the bill is, and you can go into whatever detail you want with Tanya.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker, the only thing that I would identify are the amendments that were made from the previous version. I don't know that the committee really wants to walk through the 30 pages again, but I think the speaker did a great job of highlighting some of the components. There is a $40 million appropriation from the general fund. It's available to students at or below 250% of the federal poverty level, up to $3,000 a year for qualified educational expenditures. As the speaker noted, it's available for children ages 3 through completion of high school or the equivalent. And the only modification from the version that you saw at your August meeting is contained in the appropriations in section 4. We were able to work with the Department of Education to get a figure for the 2 positions that were authorized. And so you'll find that on page 28, lines 17 and 18, that's $480,000. And then additionally, staff was instructed to work with the Department of Education to identify a number adequate for contracting and 900 series funds. And that can be found on page 29, lines 8 onto page 30 through line 2. And that is $400,000 for the biennium for contractual services, also from the general fund. So if members have specific questions about provisions of the bill or the mechanics, I'm happy to answer those.
Mr. Chairman, just one other thing. So, Mr. Chairman, the 250% of federal poverty level, that's another, I think, you could go to 300, 350. And I went through those numbers before. I think 250% of federal poverty levels, I think is that 60 for a family of 4. I can't remember if that's 60,000. 300 is 90,000, I think. I might have those numbers wrong, but the staff can get them if I don't have them. But I think 300 or 350%, if you want to go to that, that's certainly reasonable.
All right, I'll open it up to the committee. Would you like to ask questions? Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not sure which one, probably Ms. Heitrick, because it's a technical question on the bill. The speaker mentioned he didn't want to see public dollars go to private schools. My question, the thought came across my mind this morning when we were hearing testimony about parents who needed to pay a lot of money to get their children reading help with dyslexia and things of that nature, and they're paying thousands of dollars to go to Colorado for services from probably private individuals. I would consider that an educational purpose, and I certainly would hope that any sort of bill of this nature would allow parents with children in that situation to get that kind of help. Does this prohibit that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Beitman, the list of qualified expenditures begins on page 7 and runs through page 9. I am looking specifically for that. There is a provision P, if nothing else, there's a provision that authorizes any other educational expenditure approved by the state superintendent. There's also educational services and therapies, including but not limited to occupational, behavior, physical, speech, language, and audiology therapies.
Mr. Chairman, just a clarification. I said in the past that I've had issues with that, but I've come to believe that if we are funding education, in whatever means, it's probably worth it. Educating children in whether it's in private or public, by public dollars, I think it's worth doing.
Go ahead, Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Senator Beitman's question, I want to clarify, I understand this correctly. Those families would have to be unenrolled from a public school to then be able to utilize that funding for dyslexia or anything else, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Provenza, that's exactly correct. This is available for those students that choose to not go to the public school system. So great clarifying question. And one option, if you wanted to specifically include it, that's where you would do it, is on page 9.
Any calculation as to what percent of the potential demand for these preschool services this bill is going to cover, and what kind of growth we might expect to see over time, because this is going to be a significant budget item.
Go ahead, Mr. Saunders.
So, Mr. Chairman, whatever we appropriate into this program, if we go to 3070, the preschool piece would only get 30% of that. And so it's not like this is opened up to the world. It's not like the school foundation program where we pay everything. It's an appropriated amount that would only provide, and so if we went to 30/70, 30% of 40 million, and that would be it.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Scott, I would also direct your attention to page 14, lines 2 through 11, which identifies the language that the speaker is discussing. It's the 50-50 split. And then specifically on lines 6 through 11, provides that if the number of educational savings accounts exceeds the available funds for any school year, the students will be selected on a first-come, first-served basis, except preference will be given to eligible students who receive funds in the immediately preceding school year.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Chairman Scott.
The reason I was asking the speaker is I think this is a political question. How much pressure are we going to get for increased government spending? Because the preschool will be a good deal and more parents will want to be in on it. So I'm trying to figure, what are we looking at as we go down a few years down the road?
Go ahead, Speaker.
So, Mr. Chairman, the best information I have is what I got from Department of Family Services and the director. And they estimated that there are about 3,400, this is below 250% of federal poverty level and below. There's about 3,400 unserved low-income preschool-age children. And that would be at below 200% of federal poverty level. Now, I think the same thing could be said on the private school side. We have no idea when you put in place a program, obviously it's limited, but it might entice more people to go to private school in a K-12 setting. So it could be either way.
Go ahead, Senator Stoughton Metz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I was just wondering if you considered equity issues when you're using the federal poverty level. I realize you might be trying to utilize that portion of the Constitution to make it constitutional, but I just wondered what your consideration was with that.
Go ahead, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm definitely not a constitutional lawyer. I might leave that to Representative Lawley, but in past memos that we received from LSO, the courts have been fairly generous in how we interpret poverty. And so I think we have some latitude, and I think ultimately we'll find out maybe where we can draw that line and where we can't. That's the best answer I can give you.
Representative Overmiller first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So so when you found out that there were 3,400 unserved low-income people, how did you determine that they were actually unserved? I know that there are, for example, there are churches out in the communities that provide preschool, and they pay for these services themselves within their congregations for all their kids to go to the preschool if they want to. So how do they know that they are unserved, or is there a definition we need for that?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This was an estimate by a director that I really I have a lot of respect for. And so much of this data was based on the National Institute for Early Child Research. And they estimated in 2019 approximately 5,337 Wyoming children met the 200% of federal poverty level or lower. And what all went into the agency's estimate, I don't know, but I asked if they could give me an estimate. So it's a better estimate than I could give you otherwise. So I don't know.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. So, but that doesn't mean they're not in preschools, or that their preschool isn't being paid for other people like in church congregations.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know the answer to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have some concerns about the constitutionality of a portion of the bill. And I'm wondering, if, say that is held up, the court puts a pause on it, and we have this funding mechanism set aside, what are your thoughts? I don't think it's laid out this way now, but say that it's paused for 2 years pending court decision, having that funding flow into the other portion of the bill if it's not challenged in court, so the early childhood education.
Mr. Chairman, I'm neither a lawyer nor a judge, and it's a pot of money, and if it gets held up in court, I suspect another legislature could take the pot of money away. So, but I don't know any of the answers to those questions.
Very briefly, if I've done the math right, if we were to serve all 3,400 of those so-called unserved preschool kids every year, and it was $3,000 per kid, that works out to $10 million, $200,000 per year. Double that for a biennial figure. That gives some idea of what we're into. It may be larger than that if there are served kids that a program like this would cannibalize. And I suspect there will be, but you won't get all the kids. So, Mr. Chairman, that's just how the math seems to work out.
Mr. Chairman. Go ahead, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, that may well be true. But I've also heard estimates that there's maybe 5,000 private school students out there in Wyoming, which is actually more than that even. So that's why you have to appropriate the money. It's first come, first serve. In my mind, it was just, I think, too difficult to write. I think it would be hard to manage. But in a way, I think the best way to do it is fill the bucket up from the bottom. And that's for both K-12 and early childhood. The lowest income student that applies gets it first, and then you just roll up, and the highest income person, that's where the cutoff would be. But first come, first serve is easier, and so that's the way I went. Yes, there could be more demand on the program. There could be more pressure on lawmakers in the future to appropriate more money, and it'll have to compete with every other general fund ask there is.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have any numbers on the percentage of households in Wyoming that would be affected if we were at a 300% of the federal poverty level versus the 350? Like generally, so we can get an idea of how many people would be included under those two scenarios, 300 to 350. Do you have any? Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, I think I had some of that once, but I don't right now. Thank you.
Tanya or Mr. Speaker, anybody? All right, no more questions. We will proceed to public comment. WDE Dickey.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, committee members. Dickey Shaner, Department of Ed, speaking on behalf of State Superintendent Megan Degenfelder. She really just wanted to share that she supports this bill and appreciates the discussion that will ensue here and hopefully into the session. And she generally has a philosophy that increasing options and choice in education results in better outcomes for students. And that's really what we aspire to accomplish with any policies. 3 things to point out as you work the bill that she wanted me to share. The first is that the $3,000 amount per student is just too low. But in addition to that, whatever number you do arrive at, consider tying some sort of adjustment to that amount as the per pupil expenditure for K-12 increases, so should the ECA proportionately. So that was one item she wanted me to share. Second is something you've been discussing already, and that is she appreciates the legal opinion that was provided and the different constitutional provisions that are implicated with this bill and what that might mean for potential challenge, et cetera. But she continues to maintain that for the K-12 piece, that the starting place should be every family is eligible for this and start from there. And last, there's a provision that requires state assessment be administered by any educational facility that's taking in the ECA students. Her recommendation is that that assessment either be the state assessment YTOP or also allow some flexibility for another nationally normed assessment as well to provide a little bit of flexibility to those institutions. And that concludes my remarks, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Questions for Mr. Shaner? Go ahead.
Thank you. And Mr. Shaner, appreciate those comments, but one question I have, everyone always wants the number of dollars to be higher and the number of people eligible to be higher, but basically the cost of the program is multiply those two numbers by each other. So if this is going to be a general fund appropriation, right now, it looks like, based on the 250% that was calculated by the speaker, it's ballpark within the realm of the budget that's the appropriation. So it seems to me that there's only two options. One is some type of a trade-off. Either we increase the number of dollars and decrease the number that are eligible, or vice versa, or we increase the general fund appropriation. And so my question is, which solution, given those options, would the superintendent feel is the appropriate approach for us? Because this is a money not growing on trees problem here, where I think there would be general support for expanding numbers and making sure everyone was eligible. But at the end of the day, it's not just the constitutional requirements that are of consideration, but really that total budget.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you, Senator. I haven't had the chance to discuss that particular question with her, but I do know she is very committed to this notion of every family being eligible to have an ESA.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Shaner, I didn't quite catch the second point. So after the 3,000 too low, and then tying adjustment to, I just missed it. If you could.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Lawley. Some sort of mechanism that as the per pupil amount for K-12 goes up, that the ESA go up proportionately with it. I don't know exactly how that would be worded, but something to just keep pace with the cost of education in the state to provide sustainability to the ESA program.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that would necessitate taking out the first come, first serve kind of provision. So you're talking about moving it up as it's needed, more money's needed. Am I understanding that correctly?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I heard some whispers behind me, but maybe another way to think about it is sort of like an external cost adjustment, cost of living adjustment. As K-12 education expenditures and costs go up, so should the amount of the ESA, proportional.
Chairman, has the State Department, your department, made any calculations if we increase the amount, the general fund, we'll start and increase the amount, the 3,000 amount, we'll start to move students from the public schools to the private ones, and that will reduce our need to fund the public schools. Have you made any calculations as to what that effect is?
Mr. Chairman, through you, Co-Chairman Scott, no, we haven't, but that's certainly a factor.
Further questions for Mr. Shaner? All right, sir.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Tate Mullen, Government Relations Director for the Wyoming Education Association. First of all, I want to thank everybody. It's been a long day, tough day. I really appreciate everybody's work. And at the end of the day, I recognize that we are all here to try and benefit the students of Wyoming. So I commend all of your work, because at the end of the day, it takes a village. So I have some prepared statements. I also have with me online a national education policy expert in the area of voucher programs. His name is Professor Christopher Lubienski. And with the chairman's permission, I would like for him to be able to follow my comments at the end of mine, if that is all right.
That sounds good.
All right, thank you. So first and foremost, the Wyoming Education Association does support school choice. We do have school choice in the state of Wyoming. The fact of the matter is, though, that when it comes to how we fund that, there are caveats to that. While the bill's language attempts to justify providing taxpayer dollars to private and parochial institutions through a voucher program, our independent analysis determines that there is no defensible argument that could be made to support the claim that the bill is consistent with the provisions of our state constitution. The design of the bill is to establish another taxpayer-funded welfare program to provide education services to low-income families as a necessary support of the poor. The only constitutional justification for providing taxpayer dollars to private and parochial entities is found in Article 16, Section 6. I'd like for you to think about some of the other welfare programs that we have within the state. Although not of a sectarian nature, welfare programs such as SNAP, TANF, child care assistance, or low-income housing programs serve the role of providing goods or services that low-income families either have no access to or very limited access to. However, our high-quality K-12 public education system is free and available to all students across the state of Wyoming, irrespective of socioeconomic status, race, gender, or location. The intent and design of other welfare programs is to provide a level of minimum or adequate assistance to obtain goods and services necessary for low-income families to get by. The intent is not to provide a multitude of options. For example, a low-income family who resides in a low-income housing but doesn't like the neighborhood where that is located doesn't get an alternative choice because that housing isn't in a preferred area. As all Wyoming students have equal access to free, high-quality public education, that public education meets that level of adequacy, and anything additional is a preferential choice not provided in any of the other welfare programs. The federal poverty limit threshold provides yet another constitutional hurdle to this bill. If the intent of the bill was to truly target low-income families, then a 250% federal poverty limit threshold is far and above what would be necessary. 250% of the federal poverty limit for a family of four is roughly $75,000 annually. The median household income in the state of Wyoming is roughly $68,000. The 250% federal poverty limit is not a policy that targets low-income household and is instead an attempt to provide carte blanche access to private and parochial schools, all at the expense of taxpayers and counter to the prohibitions of sectarianism as laid out in our state constitution. The intent of our state's founding fathers are abundantly clear, given the numerous and explicit provisions within our constitution prohibiting taxpayer dollars flowing to private and parochial institutions. All of this, of course, should be considered within the context of our current K-12 funding. While the state has failed to provide a fully cost-based funding model for our K-12 education system per its constitutional requirements, this bill attempts to divert what are well-needed funds. Instead of providing for a fully funded cost-based model for our K-12 system, we are allocating $40 million to an unconstitutional voucher program. And as the studies I have provided you, and which the author of these studies will be able to shed a little bit more light on, as well as your concerns, Senator Scott, about the cost increase for these types of programs. The cost of these programs only increase exponentially, diverting much needed funding from our K-12 system. Finally, while the devil seems to be in the details regarding accountability, fraud, waste prevention, and student achievement, it is these details that raise even further substantial concerns. What will the income verification process look like? Will we require pay stubs, bank account information, as is required with other welfare programs? Will we recertify every 6 months, every year? What penalties are there for defrauding those programs? Our educators in our K-12 system are held to high levels of accountability, as they should be, given the populations that they work with. And they are incredible at what they do. However, accountability for education service providers associated with voucher programs has remained all too elusive for other states that have enacted voucher laws. And the fraud and low-quality education service providers that are out there have had significant and well-documented negative learning loss implications for the students enrolled in these programs. For example, Ohio and Louisiana measured negative impacts on student outcomes as a product of voucher programs that were more substantial than the learning loss associated to the pandemic as well as Hurricane Katrina. With me online, I have Professor Christopher Lubianski. He is a professor of education policy at Indiana University. He is also a fellow with the National Education Policy Center at the University of Colorado. His research focuses on education policy reform and the political economy of education, with a particular concern for issues of equity and access and focus specifically on voucher programs. His insight into the issues of voucher programs should be invaluable, and with the chairman's approval, I would like Professor Lubianski to provide us some information regarding student performance, cost, accountability, and discrimination.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Mr. Mullen before he goes on to the... Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mullen, according to that, your logic, would the students that use Pell Grants to go to Wyoming Catholic College, is that an unconstitutional act, or GI Bill money, or any other sort of taxpayer grant funneled through, whether it's the Business Council or whatever? We have a million public-private partnerships going on in this state. Are you saying that that's an unconstitutional act and those should be not allowed? Because taxpayer money goes to private schools all the time and parochial schools all the time through Pell Grants and colleges. So what's the difference between college and school for kids constitutionally?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Beitman, it's a great question. In terms of the funding mechanisms for Pell Grants, that does look different than our K through 12 funding. I am not an expert on university or college education funding, so I can't speak to that as directly, but I do know that there is a difference between how those Pell Grants flow to those students, as well as the difference between our K through 12.
I don't think it's that complicated. They take the money from me, the taxpayer. It goes to an agency, and then that agency gives it to a student, and that student takes the money wherever they want to go. That's the idea of the system. That's the beauty of the system. That's why everybody loves it. And they can take it to the University of Wyoming, Wyoming Catholic College, wherever they want to go. And the government doesn't tell them you can't go to there because they might teach you about religion. And that's unconstitutional.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Beitman, again, I am not certain of the differences between what that Pell Grant is, where those dollars specifically, those Pell Grant dollars flow from, as compared to our K through 12 piece. So I wish I could answer that for you.
Representative Benza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I received Pell Grants, that's federal money. And you have to meet a very low standard in terms of, or I guess high standard in terms of what your economic insecurity is. But that money comes directly from federal funds. That is the federal government giving out Pell Grants, not the state of Wyoming. And that is the difference with our state constitution and our United States Constitution.
Chairman. But the money comes from me, and I'm in Wyoming. So you're taking my money, which is taxpayer money. The money doesn't come from the federal government. It doesn't just magically appear in the treasury. You're taking it from taxpayers. It's taxpayer dollars, and that taxpayer dollars are being used to go to private schools at the federal level. Yes, I get it, but what's the difference between a federal level and a state level?
Mr. Chairman?
There's a dissonance there.
I don't disagree with what you're saying, Senator. To be completely point blank honest with you, it's the separation of our state constitution says that our state dollars can't be used for public or for private education, but the federal constitution doesn't say that. And I'm not saying here for or against or anything. That's the argument. That's where it boils down to. So.
At this time, if we could bring Professor Lubianski into the room to provide some comments.
Can you hear me? All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been studying different types of school choice around the globe for 25 years, and I'll try to distill that research into about 5 minutes if I can, briefly touching on 3 issues. ESAs change the accountability structure of school governance by design. So rather than schools being accountable to elected school boards or to bureaucrats, they're instead accountable to families. And there's an attractive logic to that. But in practice, there are some problems. These policies generally forego substantive regulation of private schools receiving public funds in order to preserve the autonomy of those schools and put parents in charge. And this raises concerns that have been borne out in existing voucher programs. So in Arizona, for example, it's been found that ESA expenses claimed included $3,400 spent on one transaction at a golf store, a driver's ed program that features luxury cars like BMWs, more than 100 ski resort passes, $350,000 for Ninja Warrior training centers, trampoline parks, and climbing gyms, 1.2 million spent on martial arts instruction, and all these fall under extracurricular expenses, so they're allowable under ESA. And faced with concerns about such costs, the program administrator said that this was the parent's prerogative, which is true under that logic, but it does raise the question about what about accountability to taxpayers? The other form of accountability is who really has the choice then? Families typically forfeit civil rights protections when enrolling in these programs, since private schools are not required to comply. So, for example, the Catholic voucher students are explicitly prohibited from my local Christian academy because they won't sign that statement of faith. Voucher schools are often exclude or dismiss special needs children who are then sent back to public schools. And most recently in Indiana, voucher schools are hiring collection agencies to go after families for any balance due after they've withdrawn from or been kicked out of a private school. So my point is the promises of direct accountability to parents are more complex than it may first appear. Secondly, in terms of costs, in general, these programs have put large and unforeseen costs onto state taxpayers. In Arizona, the ESA program is costing about 50% more than was planned for. In Florida, the Senate Appropriations Committee there estimated that the voucher program would cost $2.2 billion. But the voucher advocacy organization that's administering Florida's program found that almost 70% of the new students previously attended private schools. Only 13% had used them to transfer from public schools. So this results in the state spending nearly $4 billion on the first year alone, almost twice what the Senate estimated. And in Indiana, the budget's about $240 million a year for vouchers, but the program is now projected to cost the state $500 million in next fiscal year and $600 million the year after that. So it's similar to Florida and Arizona in that 2 out of every 3 choice scholarship students in Indiana never attended a public school. But perhaps you could argue it's worth it if we're getting better results. So I'll finally make a comment about what we know on the impacts on student learning. These programs were originally proposed as a way of increasing student achievement. As Education Choice noted in a report earlier this year, it was a good talking point for advancing these policies. And indeed, early programs in places like Milwaukee and Cleveland were targeted to children in underperforming districts. And official evaluations of those programs showed essentially no advantage for students using vouchers. Nevertheless, a group of voucher advocates conducted their own analyses of these and other small targeted programs, claiming substantial achievement gains for students using vouchers. And those findings were stridently contested by independent researchers at the time. Still, because of the dozen or so small-scale studies they conducted, voucher advocates like to present what researchers will dismiss as vote-counting tallies of voucher findings to argue that overall vouchers work. However, since 2015, every study of statewide voucher programs, which are most similar to an ESA program, showed astoundingly large negative impacts on student achievement for vouchers, as was mentioned earlier. So in my own state, researchers at Notre Dame, which is clearly does not oppose Catholic schools, they noted relative declines in math achievement at 0.15 of a standard deviation for voucher students in private schools compared to their peers in public schools. 2 different research teams found relative losses for Louisiana voucher students of negative 0.4 of a standard deviation, which, as was mentioned, was more than twice as great as the losses caused by Hurricane Katrina. And in Ohio, the Pro-Voucher Fordham Institute found that voucher students' learning declined at a rate almost 2 times the learning losses from COVID-19. So these results are startling. As voucher programs have expanded, evaluations have consistently found these negative impacts, virtually unprecedented in research on any educational intervention. So education, freedom, I would argue, is an admirable goal, but it does raise questions about what kind of costs taxpayers should bear and what to do when it comes to the price on student learning. Thank you.
Anybody? Thank you, sir. Oh, wait. Representative Clauston has a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Professor. Do you have any data that talks about the early childhood? You know, we hear a lot about when these children are allowed access to preschool or kindergarten in these lower income families, long-term results in school is better. So do you have any data where these voucher programs with the kids at these younger ages, do you see any positive correlations with those?
I don't have any research on the impacts of these types of programs for early childhood education. Sorry.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir, for your time and your comments.
Thank you.
Tate, or is that it? You're good? All right, thank you. I was just told that the treasurer's office is in here. If the treasurer's office would like to comment, we better have them do it.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and committee. Thank you for letting us have an opportunity to testify. As you know, this is not our lane, however, and so I won't be able to speak to the merits of the bill one way or the other, but what we did notice is that the Treasurer's Office is mentioned as the distributor of funds. And in the interest of efficiencies, we respectfully request that you allow the Department of Education to actually write the check. It doesn't seem necessary for us to be involved. We have spoken with the Department of Education. They are completely on board with that. There is a situation where the Treasurer's Office does currently write a check for another program, for the exemption, the motor vehicle exemptions. And it just doesn't make sense for the information to be provided to the department, in that case, to the Department of Revenue, and then they tell us what to do, and then we write the check. It just seems like an inefficiency. And we respectfully request then in two places in the bill, again, to be removed on page 4, and just allow to delete the language on line 18, the state treasurer as certified by, and then that would say that the payments to the ESAs would be made by the state superintendent of public instruction, and line 2, I apologize, on a quarterly basis by the state superintendent.
Hang in there, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the Treasurer's Office probably doesn't want anything to do with the ESAs. Is that what I'm hearing?
Mr. Chairman, I think it would create an inefficiency in state government, and I wholeheartedly support creating efficiencies where possible.
Follow up, Senator Beitman.
Well, that was a non-answer, but I'm tired, and I think I get that was probably a yes, and I'll just assume for my purposes that was a yes, so thank you.
All right, anybody else have any questions, comments for the Treasurer's Office? Go ahead, Senator Rothfuss.
My apologies, I didn't hear on page 6, the E paragraph, which is a certification to the state treasurer about the ESAs, an amendment there. Does that entire paragraph just go away at that point, which kind of makes sense?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, thank you. I'm sorry, I did have an X through that paragraph, then through E. So I would recommend that lines 5 through 7 be removed as well.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Good catch. Anybody else have anything else for the Treasurer's Office? Thank you very much for your time. It's all yours, go ahead.
Good evening, my name is Caitlin Lee. I work for a national organization, nonprofit called Ed Choice. I'm going to try to keep this as short as possible. One thing I'm going to do, so the researcher that you heard from Mr. Leminski from IU or Indiana University, that also works for Colorado, those two states have a plethora of school choice, but he spent very little time criticizing. He did a little bit on Indiana. I was going to go through and kind of refute some of that research that he did, and I'm going to spare you all of that. I have a document that goes through that. I'd be happy to share it with the chairman if he would allow that, and he can send that out. And if you care to look through that, you may. That'll be up to all of you. So
I am in favor of knowledge, so spread it out.
okay, I will do that. So, and spare you all. We're all tired at this point. So, and you've all been very patient today. It'll be a lot more interesting that way too. So, obviously we've been in support. We've worked with the speaker and many of those on the committee this past year. I'd just like to continue to say that we are very grateful for the speaker, for his continued patience as we worked through the details of this bill. Just to kind of support a couple things he said, 75,000 we'll get about 40% of Wyoming's population at this point. So he's done a good job of limiting it to those populations that are in most need, without singling out a too narrow portion. If there's any other questions on data, I'm happy to answer those. We've kind of done a lot of information. I've shared a lot at this point with members of the committee. Let me see what else I had. I think that was the biggest thing I wanted to clarify, that he'd gone through and didn't have that specific information. So that's it.
Questions for Taylor? Go ahead, Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you go up the ladder from that number of 40%? Because I was interested in, as we might consider raising the percentage of federal poverty level, what would we be capturing? What additional population would we be capturing?
Yeah, so I have specific breakdowns. I asked for it in more detail and I'll send it to you. I asked them to go in stair steps of 5% for me. We're kind of at the mercy of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, I think is the one that they go through. And the specific breakdowns that they've gotten to me, we went and we looked at specifically if at 250, it got us about 40%, or 41.2% of the population falls, for a family of four, is at 75,000, is that break off. Between 250% of the federal poverty level and 555%, which is 166,000 for a family of four, that's an additional 43% of your population. And then between 555% and 750% of the federal poverty level, somewhere between 7.3 and 14.9%. The reason that's a iffy is, again, we're at the mercy of federal statistics there. 7.3% of your households are within 166,000 and 200,000, and there's another 7.6% of your households that are over 200,000. So a lot of states are now going through a tiered method. Oklahoma did a tiered level because of that. They wanted to give more money to lower incomes and less money to lower demographics. So that's another thing that's being looked at. So just so you know, federal poverty level for a family of four in Wyoming, or federal poverty level is $30,000. So that's the level that you're looking at, and going to 200%, 250% what's based on.
Whole population percentages or percentages of schooling?
So that's percentage of families with children under 18. So yeah, thank you for that question. It's important.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Co-Chairman Scott and committee. Thank you for letting us talk on this topic. I'm going to be very brief because I did comment in August, and I mainly wanted to come back with some information. When I retired from the legislature, about a year before I retired, I started a project. Oh, Sue Wilson. You'd think I would know this drill by now. I'm just so overwhelmed by the environment. Sue Wilson, Ed 307, which is a project I started just before I came out of the legislature to help bolster non-governmental schools. Although I'll say both my children graduated from public high school here in Cheyenne, so I certainly have nothing against it. She's passing out a paper. You'll see the pie chart is the top. But while she's passing that out, I just want to answer two comments from earlier. One, as far as the all of the students in Wyoming are now getting an excellent education, which would be great, but I think you've also heard in previous committees about the graduation rate, which I think in most places is about 70% or so. So there's obviously a good 20 to 30% of the students who are maybe not fitting into the standard box. And I think we can all agree that not everybody fits in the same box, which is why I'm doing what I'm doing. The other thing that I want, while she's passing out my paper, that I wanted to circle back on was there was a comment comparing the federal, the 250% of the federal poverty level with the average household income. I just want to point out that that's not comparing, that's apples and oranges, because the average household size in Wyoming is 2.6 people. So that those aren't, you're not looking at the same number of people. 2 more people to get there. The reason I just want to circle back on this, and again, to point out, I'm not a lobbyist. The schools in Wyoming don't pay me. I'm here on my own nickel. I mail out newsletters to them and that sort of thing on my own nickel. But one of the questions that some of you had in August was about the assessment, what kind of assessment tools that they do. So I surveyed the schools that are on my mailing list, which is, you'll see the numbers on the right-hand side, just 39. So there's not a lot of private schools. That's private and religious schools. I got 14 back, which is 36%. And if you've done surveys, 36% is an awesome return, even though the total number isn't that big. But I just wanted you to have the information, because the better information you have, the better job you can do here. These are the tests that were used by my respondents. And so you can see that some of them use YTOP, some of them use the Iowa. That's I think I keep calling it Iowa Basic because that's what I took when I was in like 4th grade in Wisconsin, but NWA. And then I've got below there a couple of sentences on what each of the tests are. I'm not going to read that for you. You can read that on your own time. But so all that's to say, there are a variety of testing programs that the various states use, or I'm sorry, the various schools use. And like any school, you want to be able to continue using the same test year after year, so you've got ability to compare. I will also point out that all of these tests that are used other than YTOP are nationally normed, which YTOP actually isn't, of course, because we just use it in Wyoming. But so I think that's a good thing. So my recommendation is on the bottom of the page there. I have it typed out so we don't have to copy it out. On page 10 and on page 20, I would recommend inserting, and this is just the place where it says, requires that the ESA student take the statewide assessments administered pursuant to, and then it gives the statute. And I would just suggest inserting or a nationally normed assessment test. I think that gives the information that parents deserve, to make sure that we're getting what it's worth. And I don't think that there's really a need to have the students have to go to a place where they can take the YTOP when there are national tests. Then just for your own use, on the other side of the page, I sorted all of the various schools that receive my newsletter according to your legislative area. And I would suggest that if you aren't familiar with all these folks, your constituent students in schools in your district, give some of them a call. So that's all that's there, and I'd be glad to take any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Excited, so there you go.
Training more people who are crazy enough to be here late at night, right? Any other questions?
Anybody else? Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Roth.
It is short. Sue, on the nationally normed assessment test, so going back to all my time in the Accountability Select Committee, not all tests are the same. The YTOP that we administer for our Education Accountability Act is a summative assessment test. It's a summative achievement assessment test. Some of these are, I believe, summative achievement assessment tests. Others are not. I think a nationally normed summative achievement test as opposed to assessment, is that something you'd be comfortable with? Because that term of art then makes it comparable to the YTOP in terms of what its purpose is, but not necessarily the YTOP.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, I will be honest, I'm not an expert on the testing. When I taught in a private school, fortunately, the other homeroom teachers gave the tests and I had the day off, hopefully to butcher an antelope or some sort of thing like that. So I really can't speak to the specific vocabulary. There are a number of principals here that can probably speak better to the tests and what they're aiming at. I think obviously just the goal is for parents and payers to be able to assess how students are doing comparable to somewhere else. I mean, I think that's but I can't speak further to that.
Sure, thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman, and all the committee for staying late to allow us to give testimony tonight. I am Dr. Melissa Whelan. I am the principal at St. Anthony Tri-Parish Catholic School in Casper. We have been educating students in Casper since 1927, and I'm sure in a few years we'll be inviting all of you to celebrate with us for our 100th anniversary. We do have a few parents also with me today. I am excited to speak to you regarding the educational savings account and asking for your support. As a daughter of an immigrant and a first-generation college student, I was taught at a young age how important education was. As the oldest of 5, my parents realized that each of us are unique and different, and so we had our choice of high schools. So we graduated from 4 different high schools, and I would say my mother is a saint for driving us until we got our licenses to all of those. For 30 years, I've been a Catholic educator in co-ed high schools, single-sex high schools, and elementary schools, and I now especially realize the wisdom of my parents giving us that choice. As Catholic educators, we believe that parents are the primary educators of their children, and all parents should have the choice in where, how, and why their children receive an education. The Trona County School District already recognizes this premise and allows their students to choose the school in which they intend. Education promotes the general welfare of this country, and the dollars for education should follow the backpack of each child. As a Catholic school, we welcome students of all faiths, academic needs, and income levels. We do recognize that we are not the right fit for every student, but I welcome the opportunity to educate any child who desires a Catholic education. We have students who have siblings in other schools because their parents have recognized that for that child, another school is a better fit. Over 35% of our students are not Catholic. We do provide free and reduced lunch to students who qualify. We have tutoring available for students with learning differences. We test our students 3 times a year with the NWA growth assessment, which allows us to intervene and respond to students' needs. The educational savings account would allow us to enable more families to choose our school for their child, whatever their reason. Safety, discipline, curriculum, family atmosphere, beautiful building, or faith. The cost to educate at St. Anthony's is over $12,000, including the capital expenses of running our building. Our tuition is just over $5,000 K-8 and over $6,000 for preschool, which doesn't include book and technology fees. This past year, we had 76 students who received financial aid, who applied for financial aid, and their average family income was just over $77,000. The gap in the cost of educating these 76 students who received aid is about $650,000. I have provided you with a handout which indicates the statistics I shared and some other information about our school. The educational savings account would allow us to provide more financial aid for those who fall below that average, while also enabling more families to make the choice to attend St. Anthony's. Currently, we are accountable to our parents to ensure that all students are successful. Should this bill pass, we will be sure that we are accountable for being good stewards of public funds. Our school board and the diocese, as well as our accrediting agency, ensure that we are doing our best and serving our students well. Almost all of our faculty are certified in the state of Wyoming, and we plan to continue to serve the students of Casper for another century. I encourage the committee to consider allowing each family in Wyoming the freedom to choose to educate their child, how their child needs and deserves to be educated. Let the funding follow the backpack. Thank you for your time and your service. I am happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Go ahead. Representative Obermiller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How many giving units are in the 3 parishes?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the
How
question,
many
Mr.
giving
Chairman.
units are in the 3 parishes that produced the $96,000?
So the $96,000 come from the parish budget itself.
Right, at which, and those budgets are funded by giving units. And I was just curious how many giving units are represented by this
So,
96,000.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe in a Catholic church. It's a giving unit that gives. It's not at the same formula perhaps as other churches. That $96,000 is from the budget of the parishes, and that's determined by them, how they determine their budget.
The church is supported by families. Maybe I'm not using the right word.
Okay.
How many family units would be the giving units
So-
in these parishes?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that it varies from parish to parish. I don't know the exact numbers, to be quite honest with you, of how many families are in each parish. In Casper, St. Patrick's would be the largest of the three parishes, followed by Our Lady of Fatima and St. Anthony's. My understanding is probably around 3,000 families between those three parishes.
Yeah, it'd be good to know what the level of commitment is, because churches have, paid for what they value. They've paid for their schools in the past. And I'm concerned that maybe they're looking for state money to replace a lack of, or a lessening interest in these programs within the parishes. That's one concern. Follow-up question, Mr. Chairman. The school receives zero subsidy from the diocese. Was there a time in history when the diocese did provide any funding?
Mr. Chairman, to be honest, I don't know exactly for the history of the Diocese of Cheyenne. Typically in parochial education, the funding has always come from the parish. I will say to your other point about the parishes supporting the school in Casper, I don't think I've ever seen a Catholic school supported by not only the parishes, but the community, in that the amount of giving well exceeds. If you notice, our cost to educate is $12,000, our tuition is $5,000 per student. That gap comes primarily from donors and donations.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up. Do you have any concern that of moving those dollars from private donations to relying on the state for the money?
Mr. Chairman, no, I would just encourage that the committee consider allowing every child to have a choice, whether they choose our school, they choose homeschool, they choose another private school that can provide their child with the education that they need in terms of their special needs. I'm not as concerned about us losing our donations. I think the community will continue to support the school. I think it's just a matter of, for families who want to choose what school their child goes to, this allows people to have that option.
Just one follow-up, and you're not concerned about getting dependent on government money?
Mr. Chairman, no, I would not be concerned about becoming dependent on government money.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Vanessa Guimar. I am the principal at St. John Paul II Catholic School in Gillette, Wyoming. I have been blessed to be a lifelong resident of Wyoming. My son Drew and I first discovered John Paul II 6 years ago. Drew was a third grade student at the time and was dreading going to school every day. He had tears every morning and struggled with so much anxiety. This was heartbreaking as a mom, but also as a teacher. At the same time, after being in public school system for 17 years, I was losing my passion as an educator. Now looking back, I know God was closing these doors for us to explore new opportunities. We made this decision to try John Paul II in the following fall. I would teach third grade and Drew would be in fourth grade. And I was raised in the Catholic Church, but had no idea what it would be like to teach at a parochial school. Within a few weeks, I noticed considerable differences in my son as well as in myself. Drew made friends very quickly. Even though many of his classmates had been together since preschool, they immediately welcomed him, and he developed friendships that he continues to have today. Drew and I both looked forward to coming to school each day. Drew was even volunteering to read the readings in front of the entire school. He felt empowered as a learner. As a teacher, I was amazed by the incredible parent support and investment each parent had in their child's education. The staff was very welcoming and supportive, and my love for teaching had been restored. We loved our new John Paul II family. The smaller class sizes, personalized education, family, and faith-filled atmosphere had created an environment for both of us to thrive in. The next year, I would move into an administrative position, and I would have the opportunity to learn from each and every family's story as well as the honor to work with the most dedicated educators. I have seen the incredible impact this environment has on students, just like my own son. It has been heartwarming to see so many children thrive through private education, and it is my hope that any child would be offered this opportunity, regardless of their financial status. If you were to visit John Paul II, you would be greeted at the door with welcoming smiles from all of our staff. Students excited to come to school, loving teachers who are willing to learn who your child is and provide them a personalized education to help them thrive. With that, my ask for you today is that you would support the educational savings accounts in Wyoming, and more specifically for me and my Gillette families. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions at this time.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jennifer Bridges, and I am the principal of St. Mary's Catholic School here in Cheyenne. The students in St. Mary's School come from all over Cheyenne with various backgrounds. We welcome students of all faiths, and in fact, over 30% of our students come from other faith traditions. The parents who choose St. Mary's for their children's education do so for a variety of reasons. Some come to take advantage of our strong academics and our numerous extracurricular activities offered. Some come for that foundation of faith and morals in their child's education. And some come seeking a safe haven for their children who have been lost in large class sizes or among peers who bully them in their current schools. We even have a student of the Muslim faith tradition in our school whose parents chose our school specifically, knowing it would be a safe place for their son, free from bullying and discrimination due to their beliefs. Our mission at St. Mary's is to educate the whole child, spiritually, intellectually, and physically. Through this mission, our students have developed a very strong sense of civic duty. One year at an Ash Wednesday service that our students were attending, as you know, downtown Cheyenne has a lot of homeless individuals who wander. And one came into Mass that morning prior to the beginning of Mass and began screaming at our children who were seated waiting for Mass to begin. He had a large staff that he beat on the altar floor, warning the children that they would go to hell for the choices that they were making religiously. Most kids would be traumatized by this event. Our fifth grade students were right in the front, first 3 rows, waiting to help with Mass. Rather than being traumatized, they were filled with a sense of empathy and a call to action. When we returned to school after that Mass, they had many questions about that situation. When told that the man was homeless and most likely mentally ill, they were filled with a sense of responsibility for helping the most marginalized of our community. They organized a service project on their own, outside of staff. They filled 40 backpacks with basic essentials for homeless people in Cheyenne, including little notes of encouragement and care. These backpacks were given to the Comeo shelter to distribute to the homeless of our community. As you can see, this spontaneous act of charity shows a true commitment of our students and their parents to our Cheyenne community. Currently, our school provides financial aid through scholarships and various discounts to the tune of about $140,000 each year. Only $47,000 of that aid is funded through outside organization, whether it be a trust, a scholarship endowment set up by a donor, or whatever. The rest of that comes from our operating budget. ESAs would be an excellent way to provide more families with a choice to offer their students opportunities to attend schools, any school, that embodies the values of their home. We firmly believe that parents are the first and primary educators of their children, and where their children attend school should really reflect what they teach at home. I ask that you support this legislation for ESAs in the state of Wyoming. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity to share. And I'm happy to answer any questions any of you may have.
Questions for Jennifer? All righty, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Jan Loftus. I'm here representing Republican Women of Sheridan County Legislative Action Committee. The Legislative Action Committee supported the 2 ESA mirror bills in legislative session, but we are opposed to this bill, which is a different type of a plan entirely. This bill serves to grow government. Half the funds in the bill, 20 million, are required to be spent on preschool. This age is not currently funded in statute. I would suggest instead that you would delete that and change it to that half of the funds need to be children coming out of public school. We heard the professor on Zoom say typically it's 13%. Let's encourage 50% on that in Wyoming so that we can save money, seeing as how public school is about triple the cost of the ESA bill that was in session. This bill adds 2 full-time employees. Wyoming public employees per capita vastly outpace all other states. And if you compare it with similar states, states with populations under 1 million, states with large geography, such as the Dakotas and Alaska, well, with North Dakota, there are 526 public employees per 10,000 people. Wyoming is 862, 526 to 862. We're going in the wrong direction with a bill that adds public employees. This bill picks winners and losers. There should not be an income level for eligibility. Discourages people from taking a raise perhaps that are near the limit. The other bills that we supported didn't have an income limit. The $3,000 limit is too low. It was $6,000 in session, and that's more realistic with many schools. Although there's some, I checked just a few, it's not an expansive look, but there was a range of 4,100 tuition to starting at 6,500 at one school. So 3,000 is too low, whereas 6,000 with the session bill was much more in line. This bill is intrusive. The session bill didn't have restrictions, unnecessarily restrictions. The superintendent of public instruction certifies ESA providers in this bill. Department of Ed need not be involved. This, in the session bill, was a fiscal transfer from the Treasurer's Department, not oversight of private schools by Department of Ed. Private schools do better on exams than public school, for whatever reason, maybe the smaller class size, whatever. So they don't need the oversight. A statewide exam must be given. And lastly, it's intrusive because family income must be provided, which another speaker has said. The bill is unclear as I read through it where homeschooling stands. LAC, we have educators on our committee, public, private, and homeschool, that have educated in all those ways. This bill, as I read through, I can't ascertain. Sometimes it sounds like homeschool is not included. In other places, it sounds like it is. That would need to be clarified. There was a question earlier about early childhood education. I would suggest that if you're interested, you look at a study by Vanderbilt University of Tennessee's program. It's a long-term study, large scale. It followed pre-K students by 2022 through 6th grade. And what they found was that although those that had pre-K started off stronger than their peers, it quickly faded out. That advantage faded out. And they found that as they progressed just a little further into kindergarten and into first grade, their cognitive and their behavior both were less than those that didn't have the pre-K. Now, in Tennessee, I want to clarify that was government pre-K that they were studying. But I would encourage you, and I've got the title here is Effects of a Statewide Pre-Kindergarten Program on Children's Achievement and Behavior through 6th grade. And we would ask that you vote no on this ESA, and not that you don't encourage an ESA bill, but not this one. Thank you. Take any questions.
Questions for Ms. Loftus? Go ahead, Representative Berger.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for being here, Ms. Loftus. Appreciate your testimony. I just have a question. I mean, is it best if we just go ahead and, as a state, just get rid of public education and go ahead and, as a legislature, just contract out to private education? Because it sounds like, I mean, obviously, private maybe is the way to go. So would that, I mean, then we wouldn't have to deal with all that funding of buildings and everything. We just contract out to the private and let them do it, you know? Would you be in favor of something like that?
Go ahead, Ms. Loftus.
Representative Berger. We are not advocating for that. We are advocating for protecting school choice. So all choices, for families to have the choice, whether it's public, private, or homeschool.
Anybody else? Question for Ms. Loftus? Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead and state your name.
My name is Brenna Lowry. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for taking the time and service today. I am a Wyoming native. I grew up in Casper, public educated, went to the University of Wyoming and obtained a master's degree. I'm here representing Homeschool Wyoming today, which is an organization that was established in 1996 for the freedoms of homeschool. We protect the freedoms, guard the freedoms, encourage and equip homeschoolers to connect in community and engage in their homeschooling activities. In addition, I'm a 30-year veteran of homeschooling. I've graduated 5 children from our homeschool, and we have a PhD in chemical engineering, a nurse, a hydraulics mechanic, an aspiring nurse practitioner, and a paralegal. And one of those was a trustee scholar as well. 2 of them served as legislative aides in this very legislature. I just say that to provide some credibility, because sometimes homeschooling gets a bad rap, and we're aware of that. My family and many others have enjoyed the freedoms, and we've stood on the shoulders of giants, freedom fighters, who've guarded these freedoms since 1986 in our statutes. And I am hoping that we see these freedoms endure. I'll cut my testimony short because it's late and everybody wants dinner. But our biggest concern as Homeschool Wyoming and for me as a parent is that we are unclear, kind of as Jan Loftus had said, where homeschooling fits in this statute. We defend public or privately funded parent-directed home education. If a homeschooler chooses, or are they allowed to choose, an ESA, they're considered to be a publicly funded homeschooler with accountability and all the things. I understand and appreciate that it's an opt-in, but I feel like the language of this bill is very unclear on the definition of homeschooling and making the distinction between an ESA and a private homeschooler. I appreciate that everyone is trying to provide school choice and obviously believe in school choice. There are 2 states where they've implemented the ESAs where I feel like homeschooling has had a detrimental effect or been affected detrimentally by legislation. One is in Arizona. They had an incremental bill in 2011, and it's now progressed to a universal ESA. What that means is all can opt in, and like universal health care, a universal ESA doesn't necessarily provide more choice. It just decreases or dampens the option of self-pay. And they've seen that in curriculum providers. As the government money flows in, the homeschool curriculum prices go up. And so it's not exactly increasing choice. The other example I have for you is in West Virginia in 2021, they passed a bill with an exemption for homeschooling, traditional privately funded parent-directed home educators. However, and all the legislators were friendly, and it was a great bill. In the very next session, they were trying to group all the homeschoolers together under more regulation. And so homeschoolers have had to fight back to attain better status and better freedoms. That could easily happen if there's not a clear definition in this bill. So the way the bill stands, I would urge you to amend the definitions, or please oppose this bill. Thank you.
I have a question for you, Brenna. Can you tell me what the average cost of homeschooling is?
It's not $3,000. I think that depends on parents. Every parent has the freedom. I mean, there's ability to homeschool for free. There's actually free homeschool programs. For us, we probably spent maybe, it depends on whether you group in extracurricular activities, which I don't think should be, because public schoolers have to pay it too. So I would say at any one time, if we're reusing curriculum, there's all those variables. So I don't know that I could actually give you an average cost for a family. For our family, probably $500 a year, not including extracurricular activities, debate and speech and all those things.
Representative Lawley, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So my feedback in my district from homeschoolers, one of whom is my daughter, is they're not really necessarily interested in this type of program. So it's not necessarily for them. Now, your points were taken about definitions and things, but would you, because you represent a group of homeschoolers in Wyoming, then how would you assess their interest in an ESA, than some other form?
Well, I think that the homeschool community has evolved, for better lack of word, or the reasons that people choose to homeschool now versus 20, 30 years ago when I started are completely different. A lot of it is what I would call reactionary homeschooling to get their kids out of the public school after COVID especially. So their convictions on private funding is not as, so there are, basically, to make a long story short, there are homeschoolers who are enticed by public funds. And I do think there needs to be a distinction for sure. We have programs in Wyoming like Tech Trap that give money through Weston County to homeschool families, and their discretionary funds are pretty high, and their accountability is, in my opinion, pretty low. They're allowed to spend their funds on quite a bit of things. So I do think the younger homeschoolers are enticed by money, and quite honestly, the economy's not great either. So they're enticed for sure.
Other questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in your experience, kind of go back to the earlier question, you thought $3,000 wasn't enough. Does 6,000 seem too much? Is 4,000 reasonable? Do you have a dollar amount that you think might be fair to the state of Wyoming?
I actually think that was Jan's comment.
Okay.
But so I can't really answer to that. I'm just speaking really on behalf of Homeschool Wyoming and don't really have an opinion on the amounts that you're awarding per se.
Anybody else? Thank you very much for your comments. I enjoyed it. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee, I am Dr. Douglas Petersma. I am an independent education researcher and an education services provider here in Laramie County, as well as a home education father, a graduate of one with one more still in high school. As this legislation is presented here, I am in opposition to it. And this might seem a little bit odd because as an education services provider, I could see substantial increase in revenues for the services I provide if I were to support this program, or as a home educating family could utilize the benefits proposed. But I oppose it because this legislation is ambiguous in defining, as has been mentioned before, specifically in making an unequivocal distinction between ESA participants and those who choose to educate their children outside of the government schooling system. The reason that this is necessary is because I am concerned, as with many other home educators that I've spoke to, about legislative creep, which may expand requirements at some point in the future and eventually encompass those whom it may not have been intended to impact to begin with. Because of this position and other reasons, I will continue to advise those who are home educating to avoid encumbering their children's education by utilizing this program. When I say encumberment, I mean such things as are named in the Act, namely the as of yet undefined binding legal agreement between families and the state superintendent of public instruction, the requirement for annual standardized testing, which many homeschoolers do not feel they need. Statistics show that when states that have a requirement for students to take annual testing, homeschoolers do far and above the average for government school students, and many home educators do not believe that that is even something they need to be concerned with, nor encumber the teaching of their children to a test, which is not something that they want to focus on. They want to focus on greater expansive educational opportunities for their children. Of greatest concern in this bill is families subjecting themselves to an investigative regime which can be activated based on nothing more than an anonymous phone call or an unsubstantiated internet allegation. This doesn't sound like educational freedom to me, and I want to support educational freedom. I submit that one cannot gain freedom by sacrificing freedom lest he fall into another kind of bondage. This program is inevitably going to have unintended consequences. One that was mentioned already and most obvious to me will be the inevitable increases in cost of tuition, education services, and curriculum with the deluge of funds from this program. It's economics 101. So these adverse financial influences will negatively impact traditional non-ESA home educators, even the ones that don't opt into this program. So I echo the position of Homeschool Wyoming in calling for greater clarity in the definitions that are in here at a very minimum. I do admit that this program, this legislation, should it pass, could have some positive impacts. And these positive impacts may not be seen as positive impacts by everybody, but it could break the near monopoly of government schooling. And those individuals that take use of this program could very well be liberated from what I would call the deleterious impacts of government schooling. And yes, I do believe that government schooling has very negative impacts for those families who are of strong faith backgrounds and or those who are of strong conservative political backgrounds. So I oppose this legislation as it is written here. I would certainly consider supporting perhaps different legislation that talks about reduction in tax burdens for families who do not participate in government schooling, something along the lines of the veterans tax credit. But at this point, I'm dubious about whether or not that could truly be a no strings attached program, as I believe this program is very much strings attached. That concludes my statement. Thank you for your time, and I will stand for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, sir, for your comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I still have paper. Keep going.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, so let me just give you a couple of things here.
Well, you have to introduce yourself.
Nathan Winters of the Wyoming Family Alliance. I just want to give you a few statistics here, and I am broadly in favor of education savings accounts. There are some amendments that have been already proposed here that I think would tremendously help this bill. And so with that being said, let me just lay out the situation. Wyoming has ranked 44th on the Education Freedom Index and 41st on return on investment for the year 2023, according to the Heritage Foundation. On the Parent Power Index for the Center for Education Reform, we are 47th in the nation. A lot of times people don't realize that that's the situation we face in Wyoming. We're nowhere near anything that has broken the monopoly here in this state. Now, private school in Wyoming, there are 37 private schools. 68% of those are religiously affiliated. 19 of those schools are preschool. 2 are all boys schools. Only 1 school is online completely. Those statistics were taken from the Wyoming State Department of Education and the private school review data and compiled in that way. And so then when we look at access to non-public schools, of the total of 31,168 children aged 19 and under reside in 29 zip codes in Wyoming that have no access to non-public educational institutions within a 30-mile radius of their zip code. 3% of all K through 12 students in Wyoming are enrolled in private schools. So when you look at that, the national average is actually 10%. We're only at 3%. And so when we look at the large discrepancy and the desperate need that we have, it's very, very clear. When it comes to private school tuition, we were able to chase this down. This is according to Private School Review. The average private school tuition in the state of Wyoming was $9,064 per pupil per year. The elementary school averaged $7,000 and the high school averaged $19,000. And like I've said before, that higher number for the high school is skewed quite a bit because of one school in Jackson Hole. But when you look at that number, so here's what I'm coming at. When you look at that number, $3,000 per pupil is low. $6,000 would come much closer. I think it's still just a touch on the low side. And I think that it needs to be adjusted in that way. Secondly, when it comes to the Y-top test, it's extraordinary that as I wear a whole different hat that I occupy from time to time, I have heard no few number of educators in this state who are not at all happy with the Y-top test. But I will say that having an assessment, I get the need for that in legislation like this, but the nationally norm referenced achievement exam kind would be something that I think would be far more, would reach a lot more appreciation by more people. And so let me also, one thing, address this. I know that you have heard many, many people say, this is not constitutional. And yet, for those who have watched Supreme Court cases over the last 6 years, and again, I am not a lawyer, but there have been no less than 3 or 4 different court cases that have completely overturned what was ignominiously called the Blaine Amendment. Wyoming had a Blaine Amendment still there, but if we go to court, it will fail. It will fail hardcore. And it will fail, and I could read, and I won't take all your time to read every statement by all of the Supreme Court justices still sitting on the court today who say that the Blaine Amendment is not something that we would approach. Not only that, when we look at the education article specifically, which says in the Constitution, Article 7, Section 8, nor shall any portion of any public school fund ever be used to support or assist any private school or any school, academy, seminary, college, or any other institution of learning controlled by any church or sectarian organization or religious denomination whatsoever. When we look at the State versus McPherson versus Carter, this is 1923, it's very interesting. The Wyoming Supreme Court held that a supplemental award of public funds to the widow of a sheriff killed in the line of duty doesn't violate Article 3, Section 36, and here's the reason why. It was payment for services rendered. And over again, as we have talked about education savings accounts, we're talking about payment for a service rendered, the education of a child, which the Constitution endorses in the state of Wyoming. And I could go on quite a bit longer, but all of that to say, I think that an education savings account would tremendously benefit the state of Wyoming. And Wyoming is way back in the back of the pack among the states in this nation. And I think it's time to change that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions.
Questions for Leonard? All right, you got off lucky. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, aren't you? Go ahead, state your name.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. I am Courtney Ladenberger from Casper, Wyoming, and I am a lifelong Wyoming resident. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you today to implore your support for Wyoming education savings accounts. As primary educators of our children, parents should have a choice in where and how our children are educated. Half of a child's K through 12 life is spent in a school setting. What choice is Wyoming affording these kids and preparing them in the best way possible for each child? As a parent of Catholic school alumni, my husband and I chose an environment that had a family atmosphere, small class sizes, and academic excellence rooted in faith. It was our choice, with the caveat that we had to financially support that choice. We made it and gave up some luxuries to invest in our children's future. My eldest daughter's graduating class is an excellent example of how their elementary and middle school development set them up for academic success and a future founded in a strong work ethic. Of her graduating St. Anthony's class, 80% of those kids are pursuing a college education, including 1 at Notre Dame, 2 University of Wyoming trustee scholars, and the majority of them excelling at our University of Wyoming. Our personal investment in our daughter's future, along with others, impacts our communities and our state's future. Although my husband and I made sacrifices to provide a private education for our children, there are so many others that can't make those first steps through the door of a school due to financial constraints. Why should not all Wyoming families have a choice? A choice for small class size, a choice for a safe learning environment, a choice for their faith, a choice for an education that best suits their children. I ask for your support in favor of the Wyoming Education Savings Account. Thank you for your service to this state, and thank you for your time today.
Chairman, committee. First of all, let me apologize because I was not prepared to testify tonight, and I'm feeling a little bit nervous. So my name is Kendra L. West, and I am the Executive Director of the Evanston Child Development Center in Evanston, Wyoming, and the Children's Learning Foundation in Mountain View. I am here on behalf of my center and my priority in early childhood education. First of all, I might get emotional, but I want to applaud you and thank you with all of my heart for considering and looking at early childhood as a true part of education. We all know that it is. We all know how important it is. We all know what a significance it is to our economy, to our child's education. And you were strong enough to put it out here in this committee and in a bill. And I have to tell you that I really do appreciate that. When we have 3,400 unserved children at poverty level that are not allowed a quality education in preschool, I think we have a problem. But there are far more children in Wyoming that are not allowed or not able to go to preschool because of the cost, because of the inconvenience to working parents. It is very important that children have this great first start in a quality preschool program. And I can quote all kinds of research if I'm sitting in my office, but today I can't. So I would love to send to you all kinds of great research and information that tells you how important and how essential it is for our children to have a quality head start. And that would be in a quality preschool program. It's really hard for me to support this bill because I'm also in another life, 16 years on the school board, a very strong proponent of public education. I too have 5 children that are thriving and wonderful, and they've all been a participant of Wyoming public education. I have a doctor, I have a school district, elementary school principal, I have a police officer, I have a nurse, and I can go on. I know there are so many children out there that have prospered because we do provide a free quality education in Wyoming, and I'm very proud of that. I can live anywhere, and I choose to live in Wyoming because of that, because we have a great quality public education program. And I just want to say, I'm disturbed and a little upset that early childhood has to be the place that's represented in a controversial bill that is going to pull everyone, all different people in different directions, because early childhood is desperate for funds. We need help so bad. We have such a large population. Parents have to work. Parents have to provide their children with a quality place to be while they're working and improving the economy of Wyoming. And we owe that to our kids. And we need to provide additional funding for early childhood. And if this is the only way that we can do it is through this bill, albeit. But really and truly, it deserves far more than this. And we need to really look at the importance of early childhood and fund it properly. I have 4 brand new classrooms. I can't fill them with a large waiting list because I can't get teachers, because I can't pay them what they're worth. I can go on and on all night long and keep you here forever of all the problems that we have. But the best part about this is we are making these children successful in school. And that's what really matters. I thank you for your time, and I'm open kind of for questions. I hope you're really tired.
Please. Go ahead, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just out of curiosity, your last statement kind of piqued my interest. You said that you can't afford to pay your teachers what they're worth. What is your average salary for your teachers?
My average salary is $14 an hour, and that's if they have a bachelor's degree. Don't compare that with the school district. Oh, God bless you. Oh, Mr. Berger.
Just a quick, a comment. Just a quick comment. And what Kendra West has done for Evanston and early childhood development and the program and the effort she had to put into the brand new facility we have in Evanston, and it's state of the art, top in Wyoming and one of the best in the nation. It's beautiful, but it took a lot of effort and a lot of federal funding. How much of that building came from state funding? That building. Did the state have any?
Zero. Mostly it's.
And we're trying to take care of and invest in the future. Is that right? We're investing in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Berger.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
Anybody else? Is anything on ESA, Educational Savings Account? Going once, going twice. All right, we'll close the public comment period on the ESA bill. It's 6:56. I think we wore us out. So we'll finish this bill up in the morning. It'll be the first thing up. We're